whole day is a real privilege, and I hope that you don't regret it. So we're looking forward to making some really good moments and time to spend together with you. Now, this conference is not a product of a small idea by myself or any member of the team. Like many things, or almost everything that happens on Migrant Action, this is a product of a process where we listen very deeply and very passionately to the people that we serve. And I'll tell you a very short story. In November last year, a lady walked into our office. She was heavily pregnant with another small child with her. And she said to me, I am desperate for help. So when I started speaking to her about what her situation was, the tears just kept streaming down her cheeks. And it was very clear to me that there was something really serious happening. And essentially, this is somebody who had come into the country on a sponsorship visa scheme. And everything that she had been promised was a far cry from it. And I don't want to go through the ordeal of what she said to me, but there were some few words that she said at the very end of our conversation which struck a nerve with me. As she said, Fidelis, there are thousands of people like me, including children, out there languishing. It is inhuman, and we're desperate. And then she said these three words: please do something about it. Do something about it. And let our voices and the pain that we go through be heard. Those words have never left me. And it started this inquiry within me of what can we do? So your presence here today, you might not know, you are responding to the cry of this woman and her children pleading for us to do something about it. So you're on mission. And my final point is this. It is beautiful to see the solidarity in the room. People coming from different organizations, prioritizing different things, but still in that very same mission of our sense for social justice. Now, it is beautiful to be in solidarity. It is beautiful to sit in a room and network and talk about things and develop relationships. But it's something very, very different to moving to a point where we are articulating collective justice. And that's our purpose today, that irrespective of where you are, if it's about labor rights for migrants, if it's about women's rights, if it's about trans rights, if it's about destitution, whatever it is, we can come together to move to that position where we're actively pursuing justice. So this conference is about the intersections of our struggles and the desire to move to a point where we can really see solidarity move into action. So of course, today is about prioritizing the needs of people on sponsorship visas, but it's broader than that. And my call is that we really move into that place where we feel that we are actively pursuing justice for everyone who is at the margins of society, who is struggling in different ways. And so I'll end with that call. That as you sit in this room today, let it be your mission to do something. Let it be your mission that you see yourself as part of a collective struggle. And let it be a mission that you want to see justice actualized. And so spend a good time talking to people, build those networks, but I want you to leave this room today with a real sense that that woman's cry has been heard, and that we will have something to take back to her and the people that she was talking about to say, we heard you cry, and there are people out there who are ready to do something about it. So you're welcome. Enjoy the day today, and make sure that you leave feeling really fulfilled that you've achieved something. Welcome to West Yorkshire. Thank you. Now, it's a privilege to be working alongside some really, really wonderful people. And they're the ones who have actually made today a success. I'll introduce you now to the hosting team, to Phil there, and to Laura. And there is Piers Joyce at the back, who will be taking some photos. Now, if you're not really keen on having.
And also, if anyone is up for a conversation one-on-one on the camera, like anyone is for something a little bit more also.
Okay, have I missed anybody? And there's Holly, of course. Holly's our researcher, so she'll be going around making sure she listens to your deep conversations and makes some sense of it. So you're very much welcome, and thanks for being here with us today.
Fidelis, thanks Fidelis. And we're looking at a pretty packed day today. And I just want to let everyone know that we're going to guide you through the process so you can kind of relax. We want it to feel spacious enough that you can have conversations. And we want you to trust that we'll take care of time. So shortly we're going to move into some keynote speeches. And after that we're going to have some panel discussions. And we will keep track of that. Just to let the panel speakers know, we're going to give 6 minutes for each speech. Okay? And you get a little flash of a card at the back of the room whenever you're 1 minute away from the end of your time. So hopefully we can keep good old time with that. And because it's such a complex thing that we're trying to address today, we like to work with an interesting question which people can keep coming back to throughout the course of the day. And it's on the wall here if you want to refer to it. We wrote it up because the slides are pretty tricky to see. So take a minute to write it down. It's also on your tables. And I'm just going to speak it. So how might we work together to really listen deeply, make connections, and collaborate to end the exploitation and systemic injustices facing migrant workers on sponsored visas in Leeds and beyond? And I think that everyone's here because in some way they care about this question. You found out before in the introduction, you've had a chance to just at least read it and think a little bit about it so it can carry through the day and keep coming back to it. Thank you. And thanks Fidelis for such a warm welcome. I'm going to hand it through the different parts of the day.
Hi, welcome everybody. Very excited to be here. I'll start with the health and safety, which has to start with the teas and coffees, please help yourselves. But also in the corridor you'll find the toilets and you'll find a prayer room should you wish to use it. And then really for safety, the fire doors are here or out the front main entrance. And we gather at a tree called tree number 3, which has a green sign, and that's also
And Luke, thank you for opening us up. Please, the lectern microphone is ready for you. Thank you.
Luke. Luke.
Right. Good morning, everybody. I'm very loud. You might not need this. Oh, right. Okay. Don't know where to pin it. It's let's just put that here. So yes, hello everybody. My name's, as I said, Luke Piper. I'm a solicitor at the charity Work Rights Centre. I specialise in public law, but more specifically immigration law, and I've practiced as a immigration solicitor for well over a decade. What I wanted to talk about in the context of this, and thank you very much, Fidelis, for that really fantastic introduction and the warm welcome today, was to talk about our response to this issue. So how we as a charity are responding to this particular problem around sponsored workers. I'm not, in my mind, I had hoped that there would be somebody before me who was going to speak to what the issue is. And I'm going to just briefly touch on that because I think it's really important just as a kind of scene setting from the perspective of how I and we, the Work Rights Centre, see it. So in the UK, when somebody is wanting to work here, outside family visas, other types of visas that you can get, the main work visa option is the skilled worker route. And this essentially it ties the migrant employee to the sponsor, and they can only work for them. They can work some supplementary hours, but essentially they are tied to this company. And that has created a quite serious reaction when the government expanded the sponsorship scheme in 2020 to include care workers. And by essentially doing that, the Home Office didn't really think it through, to be honest, and they opened the door to some serious exploitation on a pretty significant scale. It's still unclear on the numbers, but we know that it's thousands and thousands of people who are being impacted by this issue. And it's only really in the last year that we've seen any kind of government response. And it's very limited. It's welcomed, but limited. And the objective is to essentially rematch people who have been exploited and pushed into this system with new sponsors. But it's not learning the lessons of what has happened, because it's a product of the sector, the care sector, that's created this issue, but it's also the scheme itself, the sponsorship scheme. And I think that's one of the things we're going to explore today. But what I wanted to talk about was, what is it that we at the Work Rights Centre are doing in terms of responding to this issue? So I'm an immigration lawyer. The majority of the work that we do is responding to the immigration question. So we advise people on how they can move into different visa options if they're eligible to, what their options are in terms of finding new sponsors and how they can go about doing that. And unfortunately, a lot of the work that my time is taken up with is with quite complex human rights cases where there's been quite significant fallout, either because of the skilled sponsorship scheme or change of circumstances, where people have become quite unwell and been really badly impacted by the system. So this is just an example. We're supporting a lady at the moment who was so badly exploited that she became so unwell that she was sectioned. And she's been recently discharged into the community now and is receiving support to essentially get back to work. But she had went through a really traumatic experience, and it was because of the exploitation that she'd experienced at the hands of her sponsor. So we have that side of our casework. And then the other part of the casework that we do is employment law advice, where we support people with claims against their employers for their exploitation that they've experienced. We are only able to take a small number of these cases because, unfortunately, they are incredibly complicated, because overwhelmingly the people that we're bringing claims against are, to quote my colleague, crooks. and they will do everything that they can to avoid justice and avoid paying compensation. So a lot of our claims are really multidisciplinary. It's one of the themes that I'll be touching on in the workshop that we'll be working on later. So we're working quite a bit in that space. And then the other kind of element of our casework is employability. We support people with CV writing, trying to match them with jobs, and skilling up where possible. But the sum of all of this support is that at the moment it's not enough, and there needs to be more to be done. And the casework that we do is very much informs our research and our policy work. So we do a lot of work with various initiatives. There's some colleagues here from, not to single you out, guys, but I think it's great that you are here because I think it's such a fantastic and really valuable element of this conversation. So we've been doing quite a bit of work with the Department of Health and Social Care, who've assigned a fund to local authorities to help with rematching. That's in its infancy, but I know there's been some success stories. And so it's really great that we've got the Yorkshire contingent representation here of that. And I think it's really valuable. So thank you for attending. So we've been trying to influence the Home Office and feed back to them what we see and what the problems are that we see, and how we are trying to help navigate people through them, and what it is that we think the Home Office can realistically do to drastically make things better, but also just doing little things, just teeny weeny little things that they could do. But it's really challenging. So I'm really grateful to be here today because there aren't many organizations working in this space. So I'm really excited to see so many people here today who are interested in this issue and bringing together more voices and ideas. So yes, and it's also lovely to be back in Leeds, where I'm originally from. So thank you very much.
May I extend a warm welcome to Shemai from EPIC, who we are excited to invite to. We'll be able to have questions and discussions afterwards.
Abby, if you
to lift the NRPF condition, but again, only in really specific circumstances. So do definitely get immigration advice first before applying to do that. And actually, that is immigration advice. So if you're not qualified to do it, then you shouldn't be. I'll just finish this by saying like that. Yeah, all of these are very much sticking to classes. Really, the problem here is the temporary nature of the visas, tying people to their employer makes them incredibly vulnerable to the situation. The government's response being to stop people from bringing their dependents over is kind of disgusting. And yeah, happy to chat more about the workshop, but I'll stop there. Thank you.
Thank you, Abby, and we look forward to action, particularly around the structural challenges. And can I now welcome Richard Nicholson from Leeds City Council Migration Social Work Project. Thank you so much.
Hi, does the microphone work? Can people hear me okay?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. I've got quite a loud voice anyway, so if you can't hear me, put your hand up. So really quickly, we are, thanks, just in case we've got a hearing loop. So we're part of the HCC funded project that Luke referred to. It's a national project. We're working in the Yorkshire Humber area. We've got 15 local authorities, of which Leeds is the host authority. We work with the care associations, we work with the GLA, we work with a lot of other partners. Hopefully by the end of today, we'll be working with a lot more of you. We've got a large region looking at, as I say, 15 local authorities. The way that we work is split across a hub and spoke model. So Leeds being the hub, covering the whole region, and then each of the 15 local authorities is split into 4 sub-regional groups. We won't go into all of that because that's not necessarily Leeds relevant. We're looking at building regional partnerships and a whole range of things. The key part is this job matching that Luke alluded to. You've got what we're calling displaced workers. This is a term you may not be familiar with. This is somebody working on a sponsored visa whose employer is no longer able to continue sponsoring them, mainly because they've lost their right to sponsor workers, which means that that worker suddenly has no job, as we've seen a couple of cases of. We also look at people who've gone through exploitation, modern slavery cases, who would eventually get onto the casework, but rather than waiting however long that takes, we try and get people in a little bit earlier. So we're as flexible as we can be with really quite strict regulations in terms of what we can and can't support. But as we say, the key function of what we're doing is getting people back to work, getting people with money in their pocket, getting people able to survive. That in itself we know is not enough. So we're also really keen to be looking at more widespread personal support. Someone like Project 17, someone like UCAT, we're looking at being able to support not just at the crisis point, but we want to be getting in a little bit earlier. We're looking to build relationships with employers so that they know best practice, they know compliance, so that they're not getting into all of these problems, that they're looking after the workers from the very start, and people who need support are getting it early enough for it to make a difference rather than waiting till everything's fallen apart and it becomes really difficult. As you can imagine, that is huge. It's well out of our remit to be doing all of that, so we're pushing what we can do to the limits to make sure we're doing that. And we're really keen to build networks, to build support, to have people we can talk to. We can pick up the phone or drop you an email and say, look, we've got this case, what's the best way to deal with that? And we've got cases like this coming up fairly often. As we say, we're also looking at employer support, making sure that people are doing it right. The care sector is in a really challenging place. We've got some, they're not even care providers, we've got some really bad actors who put themselves forward pretending to be care. People pay a fortune to come over. As you said, there's no jobs. We're doing what we can to root these people out, reporting to the GLA, report them to the Home Office, report them to the police, get this shut down. We've also got a lot of providers who just don't really know what they're doing. So they're trying to do the best they can, but they're just out of their depth. So we're doing what we can to make sure that these providers do the best job that they can. The more networking, the more support, the more information back and forth, the easier that becomes. In terms of how it works, the user journey, the key point is that when you've had your license, your sponsor's license revoked, you'll get a first letter from UKVI. It's called a letter of advisement, saying you're going to lose your sponsor. Here's a contact email address, get in touch. That's normally the first point of contact people come to us. We also have referrals and a few other things we can talk about later. Once we've got somebody in our main central hub, we can then do a little bit of checking. What can we do? Where do you need support? We then put you in with local contact in your local authority area. So in Leeds, that's Vicky, who's here, we'll see a bit more. we give the job matching, we give CV support, we do a lot of crossover with Luke, so we'll talk a little bit later on how we can support each other with that. We also signpost towards whatever other services people might need, and we give the best tailored support we can to get people the right job for them and get the right people into the right jobs. We're also looking at training, advice, guidance, signposting, networking, a whole range of things, advocacy, trying to bring our voices together. All of us are telling the Home Office the same thing. And if we're all saying the same thing at different points, we can all say it together, chant it, shout it, throw flowers at them, and really try to make sure that we're pushing this, because as you've all said, this is not sticking plaster territory. That's what we're working on at the minute. We need to be looking longer term. We need to be going beyond what we can do, and this is something none of us can do on our own. So we're really keen to see how we can link up with all of this. In terms of the care workers, the people coming forwards, we're also doing a lot of signposting, and we're explaining as much as we can. These are the recourses available to you. We're really keen to see what are the resources we can link up with. Jane from Migration Yorkshire here, a lot of you might already know, she's going to, sorry to put you in the spot there, is going to be building up a network so we've got a really clear referrals and signposting to say, this is what's available in our area, this is how we can best support, and we're really looking forward to building all of that. Safeguarding, as I say, we work with the police, we work with GLA, we work with a couple of other organisations to make sure that people who need support get it as quickly as possible, and that we can then support those organisations who often don't really understand beyond what they're doing, how to work wider. Final thing I've got here is not advice. We can't give advice. A couple of us have already said it's really important from an immigration point of view that we are not giving advice unless we're qualified, unless we're regulated, unless we're giving the right advice. We've had lots of people come forward saying, but I was told this, but I was told that, and they've got themselves in really bad trouble following good advice, following advice that they thought they could trust. So we've got to be really careful with that. How am I doing for time?
You've got about a minute.
Got about a minute. Well, anyone who knows me knows I normally drag things out far too long. So I'll see what we can get through. Final point I want to make is we are quite restricted in terms of what we can do. That doesn't mean that's all we can do. One of the workshops that we've got later on, it's not looking at the displaced workers project so much, but looking at care more generally, because we know it's a huge sector. We know it's having an outsized impact on what's going on, and how we can help people get the right jobs, how people can talk about the jobs that they've got, if they've got problems, where to come to support, where to look for all of these things, and seeing how we can be proactive rather than reactive with that support. Probably about 10 seconds. I best get
Thanks, Richard. And we're going to have Fiza Qureshi now from Migrant Rights Network. So Fiza, if you could grab a little microphone off Richard and come up to the podium. Thank you very much. And like Richard mentioned, there will be some thematic workshops later so you can dive deeper into these discussions, and we will have time for a few questions whenever we've had all of our key speakers. Thank you.
Apologies, I've arrived late, so I haven't. So apologies if I'm repeating things that you may have already heard, and also I'm sure many of you will already know. So my name is Fiza Qureshi, I'm the CEO of the Migrant Rights Network, and we are a campaigning organisation and charity that works alongside migrants in their fight for rights and justice. And sponsored workers issues is amongst one of the things that we work on.
Excuse me, could you just move to the left side, just so you the microphone?
This way?
That's great.
Is this not working?
No, it's
this
the other
one?
microphone.
Okay,
Yeah,
cool.
that's great.
Thank you. So I appreciate that sponsorship. We're going to turn this on slightly on its head. My title of the presentation is Sponsorship Schemes, Are They State-Enabled Exploitation? And that might be quite alarming to some people, but a lot of the schemes are celebrated by employers, businesses. They're routes to bring people with the right skills, experience to the UK. They're going to contribute, right? They're going to build up their companies and their careers. And it's designed solely on the basis of productivity, business and economic interests. And you've seen that, haven't you? These schemes being curtailed, removed, capped, etc. It's not about the well-being and the protection of the workers. And you've seen that again with well, I've explained some of the reasons as to why it's not about the protection and well-being of migrants. You will be familiar that labour exploitation has increased significantly, and it's like 30% of referrals to the NRM, and it's very commonly reported amongst adults. And we know that employers are using that pipeline of either connections in their countries and using it as a route to bring people to the UK under kind of coercion or deception, usually deception initially, and then coercion when they arrive here, in terms of keeping and maintaining them in those roles. We know that includes people paying for a recruitment fee. We're talking from 17,000, and I heard a couple of weeks ago someone told me 25,000 to come to the UK. So the fees are not minimal. These are extreme debts that people are then incurring, and they're thinking, at least I'm going to work here and I'm going to be able to pay it off, and my family's going to have some benefit from me coming here. I'm going to have some benefit, and that's not the reality, sadly. So, and the route and ways in which kind of some of the sponsors are getting around this recruitment fee is using brokers. So they will use a third party, an immigration lawyer, who says, give the money to them, and they will then funnel it to the employers. A lot of the times, I'm sure it's cash in hand, and it's done in the country of origin. So again, really difficult opportunities to even kind of tackle that issue. We know that there's minimum wage violations. That's just, I think, feels like a standard issue. But also, state-enabled exploitation, that you have different job rates for people in the skilled worker visa, so they can pay up to like 80% of what the going rate is, which sometimes takes them under the minimum wage. But we have people saying that they're being told on paper they're being paid over £2,000, etc. They're receiving £800 in reality, and that's because they're being asked to repay as a tax, and usually in cash, so there's no evidence, and you can't kind of gather that information and use it as a report. There are many unsafe environments. We know and have heard of plenty of coercive and threatening behaviours that are being used by sponsors, including, we heard ridiculously, someone saying that the sponsored workers had to rent from them and then buy from just their grocery store as well on top of it. So you're not just talking about those conditions, then putting additional conditions on individuals. And we know that, again, when some of these sponsored workers are concerned about health and safety practices, they're not always inducted properly or given the training on the right equipment, especially in health and social care. And when they complain, that then becomes a source of how can we get rid of this person because they are problematic. And that then leads into the discrimination, so the racial discrimination, ethnic, and definitely immigration status. And we know of sponsored workers who said complaints have been manufactured against them by the sponsors to dismiss them, basically. And they have to fight hard because this can sometimes lead to it's a safeguarding issue, and therefore it impacts their DBS checks. So they can't even get a new employer because they cannot get a DBS check because they have this issue on their record. We again, just going back to that person that I was talking about like a couple of weeks ago, he's been here just over a year, 25,000 he's paid, he's told he's going to be dismissed from the job. He doesn't know why. He just said there's another person here and they're saying I'm not doing the job. He's not in health and social care, he's a restaurant worker. So I think what we have to remind ourselves, it's not about just health and social care. The whole skilled worker visa scheme for everyone is problematic. And we've had aircon engineers all the way through to people that lay the cables for Wi-Fi, for example, broadband engineers, saying that they were in kind of exploitative situations. And so you would think, okay, well, we've got reporting mechanisms. These are dubious and exploitative employers. Well, when you go to report, and I'm not saying this is to be a monger, but this is just a situation that happened to someone that we were made aware of. It was a Zimbabwean national who had spoken to the Home Office when they came to do a compliance visit or a visit to the care provider she was working for, and then disclosed details of what was happening, the exploitation, etc. Now, the Home Office didn't tell her, well, you know what we're going to do is we may tell the employer what you've told us, and disclose, and basically removed her anonymity, the confidentiality, and the employer found out exactly what she had said. This got reported back into the community. The harassment came from the community and the other workers who were like, you've made us lose our jobs, or you've made this employer. So this is again an issue in terms of what happens also when you report. And while I appreciate there are reporting mechanisms out there, we have not found them to be sufficient. They're not the GLAA, which would again work with the Home Office. You report to the Home Office, you know that that person's visa is going to end up curtailed. And going back to this individual who's in Scotland, he's like, I don't want to report to the Home Office because there's another person here with a visa, and if I report them, this person will have their visa curtailed. So it is about thinking much more tactically, I think, rather than using some of these mechanisms that are there. And I'm not saying we don't ever use them, I'm saying that you have to be really clever about and thinking about all the issues that might arise if you use them. And on top of it, I mean, when you do have the Home Office investigating, they've got low human resources. Who do they actually investigate, and when do they do it? And there are no or very little repercussions for the employer. What do they get? Maybe a rap on the knuckles. They're not allowed to sponsor anyone else. Maybe removal of directorship, but nothing more than that. The worker is the one that constantly suffers. So just to give you 3 demands, and I appreciate I'm running over, from sponsored workers themselves. So working alongside sponsored workers in a campaign for justice for sponsored workers. And this is what they would like. They want to remove the restrictive sponsorship rules, which means that they are free, they have the freedom to move to other sectors and into a new job, and they're not restricted by this job code and sector. So, and I think that makes complete sense while we have these schemes in kind of enacted. Obviously, the safe reporting, and safe reporting, that means not necessarily using these government agencies or government attached agencies. It's about creating independent bodies that are civil society or third sector led that can give that full advice, and they become either safe reporting mechanisms, ways that they can get the whole holistic picture of what might happen before they actually engage with any government bodies. And then the last thing that they would like is accountability. They want to make sure that those employers who are exploiting, who are trafficking, are held to account, and as well as the Home Office itself, who enables that trafficking and that exploitation to exist, because they fail to undertake the just basic compliance requirements that they need to. And I think there's been a lot of information out there to say that it's been licenses have been given to employers without that have already been kind of investigated exploitation. And so the last point is, please, if we are doing advocacy and engagement on these policy changes, please engage the sponsored workers around their demands. They're the ones that are at the forefront and are facing the issues, rather than us ourselves as policy people and not unaffected to create those demands and get them in the room with the policymakers too.
Thank you, Visa, for your clarity. Also now, welcome Ruby from Tulia. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Good morning. I'm Rumbi from Tulia, and we are an organisation based in Coventry. We work in Coventry, in Warwickshire, and right across the United Kingdom as well. So we do provide immigration advice. So I've heard everyone saying we don't provide advice. We do, and we are absolutely overrun. The demand is so high, and especially from health and social care workers. We ran a drop-in pilot project last year for health and social care workers to come and access legal advice, immigration advice, family law advice, employment law advice as well. So we were really ambitious, and we set out to run this drop-in. We were the ones who were surprised, because we were expecting maybe 20 people, maybe 10 in a drop-in, because a drop-in, there's no booking, people just turn up. On the third Thursday, we had over 120 people come in from all over the United Kingdom, as far as Ireland. Someone flew in from Northern Ireland to come and get advice. And the workers who came in, they were desperate, they were lost, they didn't have anywhere to go or where they could trust anyone. And one of the things that we saw was that the government invited workers in and then abandoned them. And they came in with so much hope, so much, some paid to come in, 25,000, 17,000, some just applied and came in. But because the government didn't think through the system and dished out sponsorship license to anyone, even a startup, even companies that don't exist, companies that have got no contracts, thousands of workers came in with no jobs. So the majority of people that we saw coming into our drop-ins were people who were not working, who were not earning anything. They were earning just 20 hours, working for 20 hours a week, and not working for their principal sponsors as well. So even in working those 20 hours, they were also in breach of their status. And we found that there was so much ignorance among the workers. They didn't know their rights, they didn't know what they were supposed to be doing, and they didn't know who to turn to. And I love what you just said about responsible reporting, because initially workers were encouraged to report to the Home Office. They reported to the Home Office came in and revoked the licenses. And that's all they did. They didn't help the carers. And who was left in the lurch? It's the carers again. And they come to us for advice once they've received the 60-day letters. And many carers have had to return back to their countries of origin. Others are now living in the UK unlawfully because they haven't been able to regularize their status. They haven't been able to switch to new employers, and haven't been able to go back because they've borrowed so much money to come here. They cannot go back, and they find it difficult to go back. They've come in with their families. They've got children writing GCSEs. They've got families. They've uprooted their families and brought them to the UK, and that's what we see on a day-to-day basis. So we provide immigration advice. We also provide employment law advice and family law advice. And we work with Coventry City Council to try and help the workers, get them into employment, to get them into good employment, into credible employers, because that's what they want. They've come to the UK to work, not to claim benefits, they've come here to work, and that's been what they came here for. So we work with the council to try and provide a solution for them, which is to get them into employment, but we then give them all of their options and advise them on the limited routes that are available to them as new entrants. Our council has been really proactive and works with us in the drop-ins. We also work with the employers because we've seen that you can't just work with the workers without equipping and empowering the employers as well. So we provide education for employers on compliance. We conduct webinars with the adult social care team for all of their providers so that they're well equipped and they understand. The Home Office can revoke a license for minor breaches. The Home Office, they're just a wonderful organization in inverted commas, because they will come in and clamp down for one minor breach, yet they will not prosecute those who are bringing in hundreds of people and selling COS and certificates of sponsorship. So it's been really challenging to work with the Home Office, and we need to keep engaging with them and working with them, not to penalize the employers who make mistakes or the employers who don't have a contract with specific hours. One of the reasons they revoked a license or refused to give more certificates of sponsorship to some employers is that the council has not given them a contract with specific number of hours of how many care hours they need in a month. But they don't do that because it fluctuates. The care sector is a sector that, it fluctuates. You can't know how many hours you're going to have or how many. So that's been something that care providers have been really struggling with in engaging with the Home Office because they don't understand this sector. And when they don't understand, they then come in really hard. And at the end of it is, again, the workers. So we're dealing with workers who are then displaced and have got very limited options. So in trying to work with the employers, engage the Home Office, we're trying to look at a bigger picture and trying to work with the council, with those two organizations. The displaced workers face so many challenges. Chennai talked about the challenges they face in their families, domestic violence, due to the frustration that they face in just migration, and then maybe perhaps not working, earning very little. So we see an intersection of issues, and we signpost, we challenge the government when we can, we give individual advice, and we support the workers. What the workers have told us, the clients that we face, is they want to be treated with dignity. They want to be treated with humanity. One group, as I finish, because I know our time is limited, one group who have highlighted their need is the female care workers who feel that they're being punished for being single moms, because the Home Office has a policy where they refuse visas for dependents based on the sole responsibility rule, which is becomes so difficult to prove. So if you have a name of a father on a birth certificate who hasn't been in the child's life for years, the amount of evidence that the Home Office want the mothers to provide to prove is very difficult. Most of them come from third world countries where there isn't a lot of paper evidence to show that they've been looking after their children. So many of the women are separated from their children and they cannot be reunited. They struggle to pay for legal advice, to challenge administrative reviews or judicial reviews. They don't have the money to do that. There's limited services that can, organizations who can provide that service for free. So we see that they feel that they've been treated really unfairly because they were invited in and told you could bring your families, but then the children are being blocked from coming in to join their parents. And that's heartbreaking. So those are the varied issues that we see from the legal side, but we help, our organization gives pastoral and legal advice, and then we get such an intersection of issues. I'll talk more during the workshop. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Maria. I'm very excited to welcome Mercy Lamui, who's going to be talking about her lived experience and bringing that to the table.
Good morning, everyone. I'm called Mercy Lamui. I'm Cameroonian, and I came to the UK via the T2 visa scheme, and I'm working as a healthcare assistant. Today I'll be sharing my experience. I'm going to be very brief because I have so much to say, but my time is very short. So I got into the UK and signed a contract with my sponsor, and in that contract I have my responsibilities and duties, likewise my sponsor. But the reality is what I signed is not actually what is happening on the ground. I signed a 40 hours contract, but I'm working 2 hours, 3 hours, 5 hours. On very, very rare occasions am I able to get 7 hours, which is really quite frustrating. And because of that, I'm obliged to work for extended days, to so-called that you have to meet up with the hours. You work 10 to 14 days without a day off, which is really tiring, working with people who have special needs and every other aspect. It is really a challenge to me. And the worst part of it is that at the end of the month, when it's pay time, I don't know how my boss, my employer finds a way to cut my salary at his discretion. And when I go to him, hey, please, my salary is not complete, and the only thing he will tell me, I will revoke your COS. That is the constant music I hear, my colleagues hear. He doesn't pay the normal mileage, and recently he has found a new way to manipulate the pay calendar. He will say, oh, I paid you guys 2 days plus last month, and so I'm deducting in this month, which is not true, because I worked for the normal 25th, 26th, 25th, and he didn't pay more. And when I wanted to revindicate, he removed me from the rota. I stayed for 1 month, 2 weeks, without any job. And when he was short-staffed, he came to me and said, oh, after a long layoff, you have to come to work and work this number of days. And I told him I'm not working because I've not received my pay. And behold, immediately he paid my money. He paid it instantly without any issue. But I've stayed for 1 month, 2 weeks. I have financial obligations to meet up with here and abroad. And how do I go about it? Heaven knows. So it is really a challenge. This is just one of the little things one of the many that we are going through as healthcare assistants. No training, bullying at all moments. You don't have the right to complain because each time you complain, I will revoke your COS. And I know that if I revoke my COS, I'm illegal in this country. And so I have to work under those very, very tough and deplorable conditions to keep that COS while hoping that I might get another sponsor somehow, somewhere, I don't know. Just hoping on that, which is really frustrating. It makes my work very difficult and others. So it has not been really easy, and the things are so many. So I would just like to give a little bit of recommendation based on, because I've heard so many people talking about so much. I can relate, but what I've heard is really what is happening. All what they've said is the reality. There is much, much more to say than what I have said. So my recommendation to the authorities is that they should create a platform where we workers, we can go there and lay our complaints anonymously, and they should use those information to find out if really, in real, what we've complained is what is happening with our employers. And if that is done, they should bring those employers to book. But on the contrary, we also have an issue. The first thing that they will do, the authorities, that they are going to revoke their license. And when they revoke their license, I'm the victim here. I'm the one to suffer that impact. So even if they create that platform and they don't provide some sort of a scheme to accommodate us, that will reassure us that if I report my sponsor and the investigation is done and he is actually he's breaching the contract, the license revoked, I am protected, I'll have another job immediately. That I assure you that many people will report, and if 1 or 2, 3 sponsors' licenses are being revoked as a result of that, it's going to go out like a wildfire. The others will hear about it. They will now ameliorate their ways of treating their workers. It might not be the best, but I believe that will be a starting point to a better working environment or better working experience here in the UK. So I also appreciate you, I don't know your name, I came in late, because she said one of the key points that I wanted to give as a recommendation, that other councils are they've already signed a partnership with the Home Office. That's what I got recently finding, and that they are recruiting some of those workers who are stranded, which is quite a good idea, because we are many out there who want to give out the best we can to the community and to receive a reward. So I also encourage other councils to join in that same scheme to see how in their own community they can accommodate those people who are stranded, who want to really work. And to my colleagues, if there are some here, we need to know our rights, because what has helped me to an extent, there are things that my boss wants to do to me because he knows that I'm not going to take it. I try as much as possible to study the minimum and to use it against him. In situation when I'm lost, I call the Citizens Advice. I've called them about 3 times, and they have really given me a guidance on how to go about it. And I've also joined the trade union. But with all that, honestly, I can't report to the Home Office. I cannot, because if I do, that sponsor will be taken and I will be stranded. And that is not what I wish, and that is not what anybody wants to go through. So that's just what I have to share with you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, everyone. And don't worry, you are going to have a break, but we are interested in making sure that the panelists and the speakers get to speak. So could I call up the panelists, Rifat, Eri and Julie, but also the speakers up to the front, there are chairs on their way. And then we'll be able to field some questions just to get that the juices going before break. Thank you.
Thanks everybody. So we've got a couple of minutes for questions. That might mean maybe only 2 questions from the audience, but we really wanted to hear from some of the people who have joined for this panel. And then we're going to have a presentation of what the thematic workshops are from the workshop leaders, and then we're going to go to a short break where you can grab a coffee or tea on your way to join in your workshop. Does that make sense? So hopefully we'll have a break in 10 minutes. Great. So who would like to ask the first question? Who's got the first question? And I'll bring the microphone over so you can speak it and everyone can hear. Yeah. And just tell us your name whenever you can ask.
Hi, my name's Iffy. I think I have a question for Luke. So I'm assuming your organisation funds your work through legal aid schemes. Would I be correct in saying that?
So our work is funded through grants that we receive from various trusts, local authorities. So we are able to provide free help through the grants that we get. And we have a specific grant to give support specifically on the issues around the health and care visas.
This was more to do with legal aid, but it might be an open question to anyone on the panel then. I know that access to legal aid and legal clinics and legal advice is decreasing rapidly across the country. And so I wanted to know what you guys are doing to tackle that and how it's impacting how you guys actually operate as organisations.
I can start with legal aid, if that's okay. So when I trained as a legal aid lawyer. I'm one of the last cohort before the LAPSO bill came in and absolutely changed everything. And we are trying to work with partners who have contracts to expand use of exceptional case funding, which is basically how you get funding, particularly for these sorts of cases. We support clients getting legal aid solicitors with more complex cases, but it's really hard, just simply because supply is just not there. The government have increased by a tiny amount what legal aid lawyers get paid, so it's really problematic. There's a lot of fantastic work that's going on in the sector more broadly to try and change the way that legal aid works. And I know you've been involved with some of this for a long time than I have, so you're probably better qualified to talk about that than maybe. So yeah, it's more of an observation of problems, but I know that people are really trying to broaden the scope. But in terms of the immediate reaction, a lot of it from our end is trying to support clients with exceptional case funding applications and then harassing legal aid lawyers into conceding and giving us help.
Thank you.
I just wanted to add on to that. I'm a former legal aid lawyer. We don't do any legal aid at all after LAPSO, but what we've created, Tulia is a community interest company. So we have a combination of funding. We get grants and funding, but we also do fee-paying work. So we generate our own income so that we're able to then help those people who cannot afford. So it's a balancing exercise. It's not easy. We haven't got it to a fine tune, but I think we're doing really well in being able to utilize local authority funding as well, plus fee paying for like citizenship applications, people who can afford to pay for legal advice, and then that balances off so that we can then support those who cannot pay. So we're trying to be innovative and just trying to fill that gap and bridge it and utilize and become more sustainable that way.
Thank you, Ruby. Please, and then we'll hear the next question. Thank you.
Hi, I'm A from Right to Remain. We do public legal education as well as lots of other things. In answer to your question, I think we have already heard that this is a really struggling area, legal aid. And I know that there has been a very tiny uplift recently, but as Luke has said, it's just not going to be enough. And I think, or we think as an organization, we need to be really realistic because people are struggling right now without legal advice. And I think Ruby, you also said, I think Tina, you might be doing it, helping people to understand their rights. And this is just so important. And I really urge you to obviously try to get people, immigration lawyers, if you can find any available, but at the same time, really try to bring the sense of agency into their hands. And that requires probably more than just a piece of paper telling people this is what the system is. Somebody probably needs to be standing by them to help them understand, because as you have already heard, this is a really adversarial system, whether dealing with the home office or the employer. And I do really admire lots of support work that's going on, which is not necessarily legal advice, but really critical for people to be able to feel that they can do something for themselves. I just wanted that.
Thank you so much, Eri. We're going to have one more question, and I think it's in hand. So just tell us your name and then speak your question. Thank you. We've got about 3 minutes for this question.
Dave Patterson from Unity and Poverty Action and the Leeds Homeless Charter. Just very briefly, can we clarify that there are some sponsorship outworkings that are actually quite good in the UK? It's not all terrible, but it seems to have been an increase in exploitation through this. Could we clarify that? And can you add anything about the whole situation regarding migrants coming for universities? I know it's not directly linked to work, but does anyone want to say anything about the university situation? Because that seems to be quite chaotic at the moment.
You mean international students?
The international students, yeah, coming over.
Hi, so I can answer that from the university's perspective. So we've got a large influx of people coming over on student visas, and they're coming from places like the South Asian countries like India, Pakistan and Africa. And unfortunately, and I don't know how the system works, but when you speak to these students, they're paying half the fees, and they can pay that to an agent or whoever to get into the country. But then they've got to pay the other funds to the university, and on that basis, when they can't afford to pay those fees, then basically they have to leave university. So we're getting a large number of them access to support from charities like us, and the pressure's on us. And really they have no rights. I mean, they're allowed to work up to 16 hours, and I'm really, really surprised. I mean, I don't know how the Home Office works, you know, it's just, honestly, it's mind-boggling, but my impression was that if you're going to come over and study in the UK, you have to prove that you can financially support yourself, maybe by paying up the full fee up front, but we're getting many of them, and they're actually ending up on the streets. And in fact, this is very sad, one of them actually passed away and had a heart attack. So no recourse to public funds. Where do you go? Where do you support them? So as charities, we're getting a lot of pressure. We had to fundraise, we had to do the funeral, and we've done many just on no recourse to public funds, because there is a government grant available for people with public funds, but there isn't for anybody who's on no recourse. So we, in the last 4 months, we've done 3 funerals for no recourse. So there's lots of other issues that are also, coming up, but the student situation is very sad, because in effect, when they do leave university because they can't fulfil their fees, there's more pressure on us to sort of deal with this, and I don't know what the answer is right now.
Just taking following on from your point, there's an increase. I wouldn't say it's an influx. It's the usual. Universities are inviting and encouraging people to come because that's how they make their money. and that then subsidises so-called home students, right? So it's not an influx in that sense. So I think we should be careful with our language around migration, very because it's so loaded already. When we've surveyed, we've engaged with quite a number of international students. We've got a report out and survey, and a lot of them have saying that they are, yes, in debt. I mean, yes, they're using ways to get to the UK, because actually paying 20,000 out up front when you're from a working just about middle class background from whatever country you're from is probably near impossible. That means mum and dad are financing you. That means they may be mortgaging their houses. We saw this during COVID, where people were saying, well, my mum and dad mortgaged their house to the bank and I can't now pay anything towards that mortgage because COVID has shut down my 20-hour-a-week job at the time. And so that hostile environment, and this is, again, we haven't really talked, and I forgot to mention it in the sponsored workers bit as well, the hostile environment policies are in play here, right, with an international student. So that threat of your visa being revoked also happens by the universities. Your visa can be revoked because they claim that you didn't attend, can be revoked because you're sick for too long, right? And they dismiss mental health conditions, depression, family bereavements, etc. So you can't even leave the country for, it has to be a very limited period of time and with permission, etc. So there are other factors at play, which again goes back to this idea of when you've got someone who holds your immigration status in their hands, and that decision of whether you keep it, maintain it or don't, that's a really dangerous situation for anyone, regardless of whether you're an international student worker, family member, spouse, etc. And on the other point around when you mentioned, is it happening with others and not just, yes, it's happening at all levels. It's just not widely reported, because what we had was the Communication Workers Union come to us and say, Google has decided it's going to lay off all the sponsored workers first, right? So they're always the first to be targeted because they're the easy target. They're not usually unionised, sadly, and if they are, it's possibly too late, because by that point, they've revoked the visas. The scale of it with the health and social care visa is higher because the number of visas are higher. But what we are seeing is an underreporting because no one is looking at the other sectors on what is happening elsewhere. So it's great that you've got these schemes being put up to help job match. What about job matching, like I said, for the restaurant worker? What about job matching for the IT aircon engineer, etc.? These are also people being in that situation exploited.
Thank you, Fiza. Oh, one more sentiment and then we'll go into hearing what the workshops are going to be.
Hi, I'm Julie from St. Vincent's, and just leading on from that, one of the biggest problems as well is it tends to happen all in one local area, all at the same time. So if a employer's license is taken away, that's a lot of people in one area all at the same time. All of those people trying to work out where they get help, not wanting to speak to other people so they don't know who's involved, who's done what, because that reporting is really scary. And as we said, people worry that if they report or say something to someone, they'll be the one worse off, or people they know. So that goes on to try to kind of talk about later on as the day goes on, is it's happening and it's a lot of people, not just a few.
Thank you, Julie. So we're going to move towards our workshops now. We've got 5 workshop leaders, isn't that right? Can we see hands for who's going to be leading the workshop? Great. So, as well? Okay, cool. So I'd like to give 30 seconds for you to tell us your name, present the title of your workshop, and just give a little bit of clarification if you need to. And then we're going to have a short break where people can grab a drink, and the room will be set up for the workshops. There will be 3 in here, I think, and 2 in some rooms just down the corridor, which are going to have the question on the door. So look for the question and the name of the person whose workshop you want to join. And I'm going to hand straight over to...
Hi, hello everyone. I'm Mariana from the CAE, an organisation in Wales, and along with Jonathan over there, we're going to present the job and the work that Jonathan and Fidelis, have done on theft wage. And I'm going to be sharing what we are doing in Wales along with other fabulous organisations regarding workplace exploitation, migrant rights, employment rights for the migrant community.
No, that's perfect. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Richard. We're going to be running a session on sponsored work in the care sector, not just the displaced workers, but more generally looking at options, looking at how to find good providers, how to avoid the bad providers, where to get some support, where to get training, and where to build these relationships so you know where to look. And I've heard a lot of people saying that you're also making introductions, trying to help people with job finding. It'd be really interesting to see how you're doing that, how you're choosing the providers you're introducing people to, and how we keep people going to good providers and root out these bad providers that we don't want in our sector.
Hi, the workshop I'll be running is from the community perspective in terms of how the pressures that charities and organisations in the third sector, how we're working to support migrants, some of the work we're doing in terms of working alongside statutory bodies, lobbying, some of the examples that we've just talked about, and more things that we experienced that, and I know we've touched upon it with other speakers, but from a lived experience in terms of how we're having to deal with this and the challenges that face us and how best we can sort of work together to sort of tackle this solution. I don't know if there is a solution right now, but we're trying.
Morning, yes. Luke and I are going to be doing a workshop on the legal and practical options to people who are negatively impacted by the health and care worker visa scheme. So looking at the legal options from an immigration perspective, legal options in terms of employment, and also just practical solutions. And there was a question around community lawyering or empowering people just to know their rights on a very, very practical and basic level so that they're able to protect themselves. So those are some of the things that we'll be looking at.
Hi, I'm Anna, I'm from Acorn, and me along with Dave from Acorn and Francis from Pan African Workers, we're going to be running a workshop on community organising and union model and how we can use that to target the issues around migration and employment. Yeah.
And just to say, Holly, you've helped to gather these workshops together, right? Yeah, Fidelis and Holly. So you're gonna host the feedback from this afterwards. Can I invite everyone now just to grab a quick hot drink? We're gonna put the names of the workshops. Oh, have you still got one? So there's 6 workshops, not 5. Great, please go for it.
Yeah, I think it sounds like those are pretty interesting. I'd like to go to more, but Shania and I are running a workshop about like support options for workers, so talking about housing and money and safeguarding and other kind of general support that might be available.
And also parenting support, early help, other services such as signposting to domestic abuse services for those that might require them, safeguarding, child safeguarding, and any other non-statutory support, food banks and all that stuff, for example. Yeah.
Thank you. So 6 workshops. We'll put on the wall what the name of the workshop is with the workshop leader. I'd invite everyone just to grab a quick hot drink and then go and join the workshop that you'd like to take part in. And if you're a workshop leader and no one comes to your session, please just hold the space open in case someone realizes that they really want to be in your session rather than the one that they're in, because it might recombobulate a little bit after people sit down and hear the first few sentences of the workshop. And it means if you really feel like you do need to change, you can. But if you do join one, please try and stay there for the full duration so you can really get into the conversation with everyone else. Thank you very much. Grab a hot drink and then join the workshops. Cheers.
I'll be back. I just want to. Yeah, have you ended it?
No, I was going to say, can we pause it?
No, we can't. We can end it.
hours in the social care sector, but they're often on shift patterns, which means that it doesn't meet that requirement. And it can't include any overtime either. So some care providers can say I can offer them 15 hours, 20 hours a week, and I can meet the salary of $11.90, but obviously that wouldn't then bring the annual salary up to $23,200 if they're only offering them part-time hours. Now they might say, well, can they offering them relief hours or overtime or weekend shift? None of that would actually be eligible. So they've got to have a court-established contract that gives them £11.90 an hour for the equivalent of $23,000. Yes.
The reality of the labor market and the way in which care was organized. And it's not just about we are doing this with the labor market in the UK, it's also the nature, because the need
but there needs to be. So
it's not as regular. So isn't that one of the it's not in your plan, but in terms of thinking about
the thing is,
to change policy, and we need to look at the realities of this sector and find ways in which these migrant workers can move between jobs more easily and don't have to be constantly. Also, I think there are salary pressures.
So there will be the national living wage going up from 11.44 at the minute. In the new tax year, it will be £12.20. There will also be a new immigration salary. We don't know what that is. We've been asking when to take the release to publish so we can plan ahead, we know what we're expecting and how.
That's the other side of the coin, is that potentially some of these providers
Yes. And again, the child was using this because the friends had told her that if she's in the child line, and her parents, tell her off or hit her, so she uses that against her parents as well. So all these things have it normally when to deal with a child who is disrupting with her family as the parents because they're from a background where parents see children here. You know what I mean? And then they're in a country where they're told they cannot discipline their parents, cannot deal with them. So the parents are in big depression because they feel like, and they were professional people in their own country, believing that when they came here, they would get a better life.
And then they've been exploited. They come here, so if they've got the work permit for the work that they're intending to do and they're not, they're then basically being exploited by other so-called employers. And I know this particular family, the wife's actually working for a carer for another family, but being paid something like £5 an hour. And she's not going to say no to it because they're desperate. And it's like they come in to see us on a week-to-week basis, literally crying and saying children don't have food. And I just thought, it's the children for me, it's more the children as well in terms of they're struggling. And when you speak to social services, and this really frustrates me, it's not a safeguarding issue, so not feeding children is not a safeguarding issue. No, it's not a safeguarding issue at all. And I can give many examples. There's one, it's not, no. I actually cried on the phone when I could think not feeding is not a safeguarding issue. The fact that they have to walk to school an hour each way is not a safeguarding issue. The school, so we have schools and stuff. Some schools are very
than
compassionate,
domestic
they
work.
can have an
But
emergency
some
call.
providers
Some are not,
have
unfortunately. They
got
don't
a
have
bit
the
of a
funds
moral
for everything
issue
else.
with
So when I
that.
spoke to social
So whilst
services,
it's
they said, well, no,
some of them don't
we
think
don't,
it's fair that
no
some of their workforce are on
we don't have the opportunity to do anything. They've changed the goalposts. You don't know they've changed the goalposts. What the hell? Like 10 years ago, this was 10 years ago, I had an asylum family living in one room. She was living with her 3 children. She was a student in Scotland who believes applied for asylum, she got it, but she stayed with a friend, was given her 1 bedroom in the house, so in return, she was looking after their child while they were going to the university. They were students themselves. And she said, I wouldn't ask for a group because they're students themselves, but they allowed us to stay under a roof. She relied on food banks, and all her children used to eat was biscuits and things that you get from a food bank. This is before COVID, by the way, right? That's all we used to do, because she said, there were days they would give us food, and she says, but I felt really bad asking for it. And then when she used her vouchers on the food bank, she used to be
So in terms of job matching,
she came to us, we supported her on a weekly basis. That day, I said to her, listen, I'm going to call social services. This is 10 years ago. I'm going to call social services, and she got applied for it. I'm not going to ask you from it. I said, no, it's not. Because you are trying to do the best you can for your children, and not to your children. Our attitude to social managers and social manager, the same afternoon, they came out to visit her. They assessed her, they gave her an allowance to the children of £80 a week. She
in
got
terms
it,
of how
that's
to
the
talk
first
to us,
thing she
I'll give you our
got.
email
And
address.
essentially, we moved into the accommodation.
So we've got a
That
website.
woman has got
So
a
we've got a
new
website.
It's working herself in the school as well. She's established herself. She's now moving to a few doors away to another property in the same city.
Any workers.
She's living in life. Now, you read social services, no chance. No chance.
Can actually fill in this form, and that will then refer them to the region. The council, if they lived in Leeds, would go to Mickey's inbox. If they were living in York or North Yorkshire, it would go to my team's inbox, and then we pick up a phone call with them. We do a screening call with them. There's also information on there for providers, and there's information, training, recorded webinars, future dates of webinars. So providers can get info. So tomorrow night, Thursday night, we're doing a session for providers on supplementary hours. Because we're trying to educate the providers to then reduce making errors through just lack of information. But yeah, workers get one-to-one support from a member of the team.
Scared to speak to you because we're connected to all the accounts, we're not going to put the details through your website.
Yes, so this is one of the problems we've got. We've got at the minute about 75% uptake in terms of the people that we know UK have contacted. Only about 75% move forward. We're looking at ways to improve that, looking at how things look like yourself. It's a question of trust.
Do you have any work that is somebody were to go to have a 6 days for them to be complete, or does it have to be over the phone, or is there any kind of those kind of things that you
At the minute, we don't. We are looking at that, and we're definitely interested in doing that. One of the things that we're looking at over the coming months will be drop-in centres, whether it be kind of large-scale drop-in centres with all of the key talking to partner organisations, talking to people, like yourselves, so you can drop in and say, look, this have to get in touch, this is the information, letting you guys know that we exist is basically the key reason that we're here today, so that you know that we can come to us, and also that we know how to.
I was going to say that earlier, you're absolutely right, you're absolutely right, because every one of us
we do need to get people's contact
we're dealing with this on a daily basis, and I fear for our team, and I'm always conscious of that. So I'll give you an example yesterday. I've been dealing with such an emergency since Friday. When I looked at the clock and I had to go to an event, I didn't get into about 9 o'clock last night, starting at 8. I had to stop for lunch and think, what the hell? And then I'm telling the staff, I'll say, move away from your desk, get out of here, go in that room, don't say, no I don't. I'm forcing them, so don't practice what I preach, right? But the thing is, in terms of mentally, when I finish work, I'm not in a position to talk to anybody. I can't, because I just think,
you're the
I need to
trusted
get my
partner.
head around what we're doing
You
here.
can decide.
And so
We'll
we
put the
need to
referral for
think
you,
about
we'll
our
help
own
you with
mental
that.
well-being as well.
Or we'll say,
You know, in
actually,
terms of how
these
we need
guys
to
aren't
cope
right
with
people
this,
to
because
help.
we're dealing with
But
very, very
talk to
complex,
talk to
challenging situations, and you're frustrated because you're banging on doors and you're getting closed doors. We are now making inroads though, so work with people like Leeds
Hull, I
Migration
think, has as
Partnership,
well. So
working
there are a
with
few
people
in
like
different
Sam
parts of
Powell.
the
We are lobbying for
which wouldn't be just
we are making
displaced
some
workers.
changes.
Anybody
It's
who
slow,
is
but we're
looking for a change
getting
in
there
career,
because we
somebody
have
who's
to put
got
the
the
evidence
right
forward, and we're
qualities,
doing those. And if we put those
not
those
necessarily the
cases
skill set, but
forward,
they've got the
we
right
can try
qualities
and
to say,
influence some of the
I'm
policy
caring,
changes and
I'm
the way
very
services are
experienced
delivered. I
family,
think as a collaborative, we as a network, all
just
of
don't
us,
have the
we stand
qualifications to get the
better
job
when we work
immediately. A lot
collaboratively
of
and
the
stronger
services
together,
in care
because in
academies
terms of
will
everything that you are doing, just what
it's not universal.
because if it wasn't for us, who would do it?
Options are,
You know, who, they would be literally on the streets.
yes,
So
enormous.
one day one of our volunteers actually and social I decided clear message with my father to do so she sent message I just every time I can't go to any longer so I'm not true and then I just received the message and then I tried to ring her and then she didn't answer. I called police and she said where I called police and she hid herself and then opened the door. So thank God. But my volunteer she said can you do something for your mental health? You get some counseling. He said no. She said because the work you guys doing is very challenging. And then I was how much we can do. We're trying our best. Just carefully sending people to you or and getting really good feedback. So we just we are really grateful for teachers and but still in the process
to give to people. You're really the road person to call me as a call us because we can supply you. Just take my details. Just give me a call and you get sorted. You are in East League. Yes, I cover East League. We don't even get, we don't get
phone call from, so we were.
This is actually something we're looking at developing. We are developing now. Short answer, no. Soon. So in Sheffield, we're running a pilot. A lot of the work that happens is done quite strategically.
I mean, to be honest, look,
Rather than being hands-on practical. What we're looking at in Sheffield, we're looking at it and we could also run both of them.
along the journey since the pandemic, we've had to forge those relationships with businesses and partners because we need the support at the moment. And so this is why we keep topping up everything. So like we have like, for example, emergency housing vouchers, which is not always funded by House and Swap because the cultural food hub is predominantly funded by the actual grant and its resources. And none of this to this day that we funded staffing or anything. So you have to find, staffing, but we've got a brilliant team of volunteers, so they're amazing, who run the actual food hub. So we do keep emergency vouchers, but then we do have to bet. Now, this is the only thing that I think, so
particularly if we're not in Leeds, if we're in somewhere quite small, if we're in rural area, if we're out in
and I think one of the things that we provide
or if we're in,
how else
if
can
we're
you
in
signpost
Craven,
something?
if we're in the Dales,
You have to almost sort
where
of
do I
carry
go to
out
get hair
a
products?
very
Where can I go to get
touch
an ingredient for my
vetting
food?
process
Where can I
because
go to get
unfortunately
something that
we know the hard places, you know who they are, okay? No recourse.
So we can have a forum where someone
Then
can
you've got
come in and say,
other clients who do
where
actually
can I
then
get this?
exploit the system as well. And I'm talking about people who've got
that's a
retraining
really
on
small
benefits
example.
and their
This is
access
what we want to be proactive.
They know more about Rubik than I know. And so, if we want to do it with a silencing, if we want to see nobody has staff, it's very difficult to do that. Where's mine? Where do I am? Why am I not? You don't know the person's situation, and I'm not at liberty to discuss this with you. So we do it separately.
This is what we want to we go one way, then the other way, and we don't have a long-term goal. And this community building is whatever we want to call it.
And they go to different agencies, yes. Yeah.
But then on the other hand, people to come, you have to have a support out and you know, you're putting these people, how are you
yeah, just have to. Yeah. So Leonora's put that in.
This
Which I'm glad to do that. So they've already done that. And I think it's like the church thing, when I'm leaving the road, and we had a big meeting with all the food providers for days. And one of the ladies who works at the church said she knows her regular flights, and she said all of a sudden, on those days, the queues have doubled with people that she hadn't seen before. And so by the time they'd served those people, her regular users that day know their background, they should get support because others will come in. But those are the very people, and I'm talking with evidence here. So we, as we begin, do work with the providers, like one-off things. So meeting point in Armley, we went and did an afternoon there. So me and my colleagues set up the table. Their clients had been to in the morning, and these are clients living in the Knowles and living in Eastleigh. They were in Armley specifically, because when we set the table and they all came in, they were looking at us and thinking, you've just been to us this morning. Honestly, this is no lie. This is no lie. And they looked, and then they were asking other people, their other friends in Arabic and Kurdish, what's going to give to you? And so literally we were there for many weeks as a reason. And the same with Hyde Park. You know, we got extra vouchers, so we got some example of how Rainbow Junction and Hyde Park. So they do their food stuff at one side, and we'll sit with our table on one side, because if we raise extra funds, we'll give them a voucher. And queue was so long, and I'm like, oh my God, what are my clients doing here for these sleeves? And I already said to Rainbow Junction, listen, you're going to send them to me after from you. The others, when they come to me, I'll be saying, well, they're our regular clients, I'm not giving them anything. So I knew straight away, so I've been lobbying for this for ages and ages now. So we have to look at how we can try and see what people would really need the help, genuinely. And I'm sorry, there's this thing, I don't know, it's some form of the people on benefit, not all of them, the new people that get refugees that come onto benefits, they need to come out of that system, of the benefit system. They think the benefits is the answer, and it is not the answer. It is where they don't help themselves. Yeah.
Plus I can add on that, but if they knew the vouchers.
Yes, they oh my God, they yeah.
So in terms of the regions that we've got,
Can imagine put no one visited the person and my party put no Shanda. So there's no party. So they
and devices and things. Listen to me, baby band. We went to the these baby bands do a pop-up content later. Now people queuing up for the baby band, taking how they after making that thing and selling them as bundles. This is something our food has been sold on Facebook Market, and I'm thinking, right, if I get the evidence, I'm going to put one off, if I get the I'm sorry. So we do basic checks and we find out are they missing the benefits, are they low income, and there are we
So if it's okay, I'm going to go around each group. And one person who is facilitating that workshop, if you could just briefly, with maybe 45 seconds, just talking about what the key themes of the workshop was and some of the key discussions around that. So if, first of all, we could go to Anna with Acorn. Yeah, awesome. Yeah, so.
Hi everyone. So our workshop was around unions and how the union model, union organising relates to issues around migration and employment. So we were talking a lot about power and how it's really important that we're building power through organising to tackle some of these issues and basically getting to the root of the problem as opposed to sort of charity work or third sector work. We talked a bit about some of the issues of workers being divided, like maybe by race or by nationality and not wanting to talk to each other, and how that's something that's really important to overcome to build strong unions. We need to start talking to each other basically. Also about how it's massively a systemic issue. So it's not just care work that's got these kind of issues, migration and employment. And it's also not just about a few dodgy, rotten apple employers, it's also the government, the Home Office, etc. We heard a bit from Francis about a campaign he did in Norwich, which sounded really exciting and really successful as well. I think, Francis mentioned a great quote, which was, "No one gives away power on a platter." If we're going to take back more power for ourselves, then we're going to need to work really hard for it. Yeah, the importance of having an agitator and an organizer in a workplace, someone who can like really light other people on fire and get things going. Getting workplace organised is not going to happen overnight, and it's probably not going to be very easy as well. So it's just taking it step by step, working really hard, you know, asking a fellow employee to have a coffee, to talk about things, building things up from the ground. Yeah, we talked about a shift in mindset that's needed as well. These employers aren't helping people by bringing them over and sorting out that visa and stuff. And yeah, essentially, we need to build power. We need to do it together. It's quite hard, but it's very, very important. And yeah, I think the importance of being in a union cannot be understated.
Thank you. Thank you.
So we're going to pass it over to Shemai now, if that's okay with you.
I think we mainly talked about support for migrant families, really. And that the focus is mainly on the workers as an economic asset, rather than them coming as a whole and looking at other issues that impact them. For example, their children, their families, and the lack of integration support available for these families. And I think we talked briefly about perhaps employers playing a role in that and actually really providing that support upon arrival for those families to understand some of the laws, the requirements for raising a family, for example, not knowing, the huge impact of cultural integration and just not having an understanding of what is expected in terms of parenting, in terms of services, the impact of things like domestic abuse on children, and actually balancing that sort of like work life and family life. We also talked about the availability of support in terms of financial support for those workers that are displaced, for example, and the implications of that. I think Abby talked about that actually it's not just about, it's about seeking that legal advice, legal immigration advice about actually if you were to ask or access that Section 17 support, what implications that might have on your visa. I also talking about, I am a qualified social worker as well, children's social worker, talking about in my experience having seen where workers have had their visas revoked and actually being asked to return to their countries because there isn't, local authorities do not have money and do struggle to provide some of that support, and a lot of that support then falling onto charities who are also struggling to access the funding to support those families. So it's a minefield, really.
Thank you. So I think we'll pass it over to Mariana now.
I got a microphone for Mariana.
Or do you want to speak?
Yeah. Hi, we talked about some really important work happening in South Wales around exploitation of migrant workers, which involves a variety of things around holding employers to account, around kind of in a sort of kind of community education in some ways, around kind of know your rights information and things like that. And we also talked about wage theft and wage theft experienced by migrant workers, and began to think about what potentially we can do in communities to kind of fight and tackle that. We also kind of digressed a bit, but in a really important way, I think, in terms of thinking around the experiences of international students and why it's so important for international students to be considered in discussions around migration justice, which was really important, I think, and we kind of spent some time discussing that. We also messed up our time, I think, and we kind of ran out of time, so there's lots of things we wanted to talk about, but we felt that we would hopefully get to speak about those things later. But was there anything else to add to that?
Yeah, I would just like to add that we, in the group, there was a common thought of how all the migrants, for all the migrants when they first come to the UK, there's a big gap on the support that they can receive and the knowledge and the awareness of that support. And yeah, I mean, also one of the possible solutions could be more organized collaboration between all the support we give the different organizations and different sectors.
Thank you. And just to let people know, we've got 2 times whenever you can really connect more about this at lunch. We're going to have a full hour for lunch. And then there are also going to be some action workshops after lunch where you can continue some of these important conversations as well. So do listen out for what you want to continue. And Holly, back over to you. So.
Awesome, thank you. So to wrap up now, please, just a brief overview of what you talked about in the workshop and get some things.
So we just talked about some of the examples that we're experiencing on a community-based level, grassroots level. So some of those sort of examples, how we're dealing with it, how we're sort of trying to work with the Leeds Migration Partnership and some of the other services to try and lobby, to try and get support for no recourse to public funds. But sadly, we gave some examples where when the children are involved and you speak to social services, it's not a safeguarding issue that they don't get fed and watered and everything else. And so you literally are banging your head against the wall and getting very, very frustrated. And I think one of the other concerns was that the effect it has on staff and volunteers, to be honest with you, in terms of our own mental well-being when you sort of facing all these obstacles and barriers. And I think it's great that we're here today, we're working collaboratively, and it's great that we can sort of try and work together and better, because we need that support from each other as well, and that guidance and advice, because sometimes we don't have the answers, we don't always have the answers. But I know there's some good work being done, and there are people on statutory level that are trying to sort of tackle this issue, dealing with no recourse to public funds. So we've got to continue doing that and demonstrating that, you know, this needs to be sort of like prioritised. And so all I can say is that we just keep doing amazing work that you're all doing, and we're in it together.
Thank you. So we've got 2 groups left, if that's okay. So Luke, is it okay if I pass it over to?
Please.
Oh, yeah? Okay.
Just prepare to speak.
We talked about the legal challenges and the complexity of the legal issues, talked through some of the cases that we've worked on and some of the themes that are coming through. But I think reached a conclusion that we need to hold the Home Office to account, we need to hold organizations to account. And Luke spoke about something that he's working on to be able to bring a challenge together and to initiate that collective legal challenge and legal action where we can bring about victims together, bring organizations together and collate evidence about what has been happening with the whole scheme, and that is a breach of human rights, and that it's a vehicle for modern slavery. I think someone said that the whole sponsorship scheme seems to be a vehicle for modern slavery. So to create, we talked about the challenges of getting people to actually take part in the legal challenges, how they can overcome fear, how they can overcome the stigma even from the community, from other people, and the pressure that they face. And that if we work effectively to address all of these legal obstacles and work together, we may be able to come up with solutions that align to people's rights and circumstances. I think that's a broad summary, isn't it? Yes.
Awesome, thank you. And lastly, passing it over to Richard here from CARE.
So we spent a bit of time talking about the care sector generally. We know that it exists, but it's really complicated, and trying to understand what the sector looks like makes it a little bit easier to understand how to navigate it, how to find jobs, what jobs are available, and the massive disconnect between, we're constantly saying we need more workers in social care, but actually the jobs that are eligible for sponsorship are a tiny fraction of that. So explaining why we're finding it difficult to find people jobs when we keep saying we need more workers. We talked about building networks. We talked about working with some of yourselves who are doing some of this job matching. How can we work better with you? How can we support you? Maybe looking at the advice that we're giving, the requirements that jobs will need to be able to take these workers on, but also how to do interview prep, some of the things that organisations are looking for. And if the candidates that we're looking at don't necessarily meet what the employers are looking for, how we can bridge that gap a little bit. We talked about national issues, and this is a national issue. It's wonderful seeing this many people. It's great, and we're I think we're really good at it in Leeds. We're really good at working together and pulling to find something that will work. We need to keep doing this, but we also need, as everyone else has said, we need to be talking with a unified voice. We need to be pushing the Home Office. We need to be pushing the government and saying, this has to happen. And if it doesn't, these will be the consequences.
Can you say the website, Richard?
I do. So we've got a website that we're building, we're improving, that we're looking to outreach across. Keely can give you the web page. I've also got a screenshot with the QR code, so come round, we'll take a picture of that so you can find it. It's designed for workers that go directly into, this is our referrals form, this is how we can contact you. A couple of people have said not everyone wants to share that information right away. So you as partner organisations can talk through with the individuals, is this right for you? Can we support you with this? Maybe set up an informal call and we'll explain a little bit before people feel that they can give us all of their personal details, because we do understand that can be a challenge. It also has information for employers. This is how to do it right. This is how to make sure that you are doing what you need to be doing. And if you're not doing what you need to be doing, this is how we'll be, no, this is how we'll be doing it. But we will be looking into you. We will be trying to close that down as well. And then the third part on, what's the third part of the website? I'm missing something, Keely. Yes, yeah. So, Know Your Right. Do you want to talk about Know Your Rights? Because that's one of yours.
Yeah, so on the website we've also got Help for All sponsored workers in adult social care, and it's got a Know Your Rights section and lots of referrals and information. So even if people are a bit reluctant to actually do a referral, they can still get all the information. Obviously we do rely on people referring themselves, but if there was an agency in the whole of like Yorkshire or Humber who was working with some workers who have been exploited or who have had their licenses because their employers has had their license revoked and they're a bit reluctant to refer themselves, obviously we can then have a conversation with them, potentially arrange to meet them with another partner to support them and make sure that we're helping them to find alternative employment, sponsored employment in the sector.
And then the last thing, rather than going through everything else, looking at being proactive rather than reactive. At the minute, my role is a lot more reactive than I want it to be. We're trying to deal with the problem when it comes to us. We're now looking to reach out. We're at a stage when we can start doing that. And what we want is the long-term plan. How do we get through the short struggles that we've got, and how do we build something that really works? And none of us can do that on our own. So it's places like this, it's networks like this that we're really keen on being part of and helping with when we can.
Brilliant. Thank you, Richard, and thank you to everyone who kind of engaged in the workshops. I think it gave us that space to listen deeply and also start to think about solutions going forward. So I'm going to pass it back over to Phil.
Thanks a million, Holly. So folks, we're going to have lunch now, and we're going to have until 5 to 1 for lunch. And during lunch, please do continue your conversations. It would be really good, because we're going to use the tables again after lunch, if you could put your empty plates back on the table at the back whenever you're finished with them, just so that we've got clear tables whenever we're starting again. And after lunch, we're going to move into designing towards action. And what that means is we want up to 10 projects which are nearly ready to come into action to ask for support from the rest of the room. So we're going to have 10 groups of 5, and we want people who are almost ready to put something into motion, or it's just started, or it's likely to start within the next 12 months. And it's at that point where you've got a bit of momentum, you've got a bit of inspiration, you may have some funding allocated, but you haven't begun yet, and you want to ask for support from people who care to help the project really be considered from all angles. So that's what we're going to spend time after lunch doing. So think about it over lunch, and then we'll hear when we come back what projects want to be invited as a kind of workshop topic. You don't have to have fully cultivated the idea yet, but try and sum it up so you can fit it on a piece of paper. And yeah, enjoy your lunch. See you back here at 5:02, and please do help us make the room ready for starting. of just pre-launch, it might have just started. It might be something which has already got funding, or it's got some people behind it. You've been having conversations about it already, and you're nearly ready to launch, or you're just at the launch point, but you could really do with some help or support from people who care to make sure you've thought about it from all the different angles. So we're going to call it a design lab, and the way it's going to run is we've got 70 minutes for the whole part, but you're going to go in 3 rounds. So there are 2 roles in this process. The first one is the conversation kind of caller. So if you've got a project that you want to ask for help with, you're going to be a caller. The other role is going to be the role of participant. So in the room, we've got space for 10 callers, which Nova is just sticking up on the wall. And the rest of you are going to be participants. The group sizes will be 5 people. And that's going to be 1 caller and 4 participants per group. Does that make sense? So what we're going to do in about 2 minutes is invite people who've got a project that's in their mind to write it on one of these yellow post-its, stick it on one of the spaces, and you will have then put your project forward to ask for people to support you with it. The reason there are only 10 spaces is because we've got about 50 people, so we want to have 4 people in each group, so everyone gets a chance to speak. If there were massive groups, then it might be some people were listening and other people were speaking, so we really want it to be so everyone gets a chance to input into the project. And you will have 30 minutes in the first round, once we've opened, where you get to explain your project to the people who are in your group, and then they get to ask you questions to help you think about it from different angles. It's not necessarily giving them advice, because advice is kind of closes us down, but if you ask them a good question, you can help them get curious about something that they haven't thought about yet. So in the mindset that like advice is kind of cheap, but a good question can open up 1,000 different avenues for thinking. You're going to listen really carefully and ask people questions which you're also curious about, just to help them think about their project from different angles. Does that make sense? Nice. And on each of the tables, there's going to be a template which you can record onto to help you think about different parts of the project. So it looks like this. At the top, you've got, the project name. Over here, you've got the purpose of the project. You've got needs underneath, so personal needs and needs of the project or needs of the organization. Yeah. You've got space for stakeholders at the bottom. Thank you. Thank you. In the middle, we really want people to dig deeper into the foundations of what the project needs to come into being. There's a place for economic foundations or resource foundations at the bottom. And then over here, what's your dream? And what would the outcomes look like? Tangible ones and intangible ones, and also some space for challenges. So we really want to help people think about all the different aspects of the project before it comes into being. So you actually, I suppose, get to prepare yourself for all the different things that can happen and open up new avenues for greatness with the help of some people who really care. So the first round is going to be 30 minutes. You get to really explore the project in detail. Then what's going to happen is everybody, apart from the conversation caller, is going to get up and go to a different space. So we're going to go in different directions, and you're going to sit down at the table with a new person, and they're going to give you a couple of minutes download of what came up in session 1, and then you get to ask even more questions from your perspective about the project, given what you just heard them explain. Does that make sense? So you're deepening and deepening the inquiry as the groups move. Then for the third round, what's going to happen is, the third round, you're going to go back to your original tables, but the project caller is going to turn away and listen whilst the original group comes and talks about what they see on the template and what they think and what they see. So you basically get to be a fly on the wall. You're not going to answer any of the questions, but you can take notes while you're listening. Does that make sense? So the first round is 30 minutes. The one after that is 10. The one after that, where the callers got their back turned, is 10. And then, actually, everyone else gets a break, and the people who are the conversation callers get to just think about it for 5 minutes before we come back and have some feedback, okay? Might seem a bit of an unusual process, but I really hope it works, and we're going to guide you through it all. So, with that in mind, and with the emphasis on asking really kind questions and helping people to get their projects off to a good start, we would like to offer a question for us. It's open, the room. And we'd love to have 10 projects. I know that some of the thematic workshops wanted to host a project conversation, And there's also space for others, so we've got up to 10 spaces, and we're ready to hear what you'd like to do. Let me know if you'd like a post-it so you can write your name of your project on it. Just stick your hand up and we'll come and give you a post-it and a pen.
I think it can be about anything to do with migration.
Yes, anything, project, campaign, mission, action, anything like that.
Freezing.
Does he start one?
Yeah, of course.
I don't want to.
Are you gonna do one?
Oh, it should be. You should have one. Well, I'll have one. Whether I'm gonna do
Yeah. Keep it on the table.
I guess we have to do it. Don't we? So very intense. I wasn't sure
I think we
whether.
just want at least 10 people.
I wasn't sure whether we. The must or not. What do people think? Does anybody have a question? Is anything about? No.
Okay, when you're ready, first person's written their project or action or campaign or anything that you would like to ask for help on, which is ready to commit to being, please come up here. We'd like you to read it out, give a little sentence for context and stick it on the wall. So as soon as the first person's ready. Ready? Nice one. Please make sure you've written your name on the sheet as well so people can find you.
But you definitely. But it means I have to talk. Oh dear. Oh.
Nice.
You need help with communicating.
Okay, so tell us your name, read it out in any context, and then stick it on the wall, please.
Okay. I just worry that
What's your name? The name of the project.
space is about.
Hi everyone, my name is.
It's about getting people into work.
Is working. My name is Aki from Migrant at Work. So the campaign is Justice for Sponsored Workers. So the campaign is already rolling. So it's a campaign we launched with Migrant Right Network. So the idea is to, in a sector, we quite often have, it's not quite often, it's more always, we'll always have people who don't have lead experience, but always want to speak on the behalf of people who have lead experience. So we want to stop that. We no longer want surrogate advocates. We want people who have lead experience to talk about their own experience, to take the lead in policy, and anyone else who does not have lead experience wants to support to take a step back.
Oh, sorry,
No, that's cool.
That's a good summary.
So we have already, the campaign is already rolling, and we already have a lot of people from sponsored workers who are part of the campaign, and it's not just the care workers, so it's anyone who's subject to immigration control and is in the UK and need to challenge the government really.
Hi, I'm Mariana again. I work for the CAE, an organization in Wales, and we're piloting a project on tackling workplace exploitation. And we are doing it in with three main objectives. We want to launch a pledge so employers, local employers, businesses can join and sign, get the support from us that they need to be, in order to them be migrant positive workplace or employer. We are delivering employment rights workshops for the community. This is the most impactful at the moment in our experience.
And we do have an advisory panel formed by people with lived experience of exploitation, discrimination, theft, wage, and yeah, this is it.
Is it Adam? Dave? Okay, here you go.
I'll do a power play and stand on the stage while I'm talking about it. My name's Dave, I'm from ACOM, we're a national community union. What I want to talk about is a project that we've already started working on, that we're kind of trying to figure out the best approach to taking forwards. We're looking at potentially a regional or a national union organising drive within workplaces that are exploiting and ripping off migrant workers that are coming in on sponsorship visas. The core of this is being entirely led, as my friend who spoke first, by people who are actually working there. It's not about advocating for someone, it's about empowering someone to stand up for themselves and lead their colleagues, their community, their friends and family into conflict and win better contracts, win security, win cash in their pocket for them and their family to sustain them. We've had some success already in this, but it's an approach that nobody's figured out. And there's unions with a lot more money than us that have decided to not get involved, but this is something that we're really passionate and really keen to take forwards. So we've had some successes in Leeds. Friend Francis, who's not here at the minute, has quite a lot of success in other parts of the country. We want to expand this and really deepen it and empower the hundreds of thousands of people who are seeing that are impacted by this issue, not by advocating on their behalf, but by giving them the platform to become leaders themselves.
Great. Thanks for sticking on the wall. Thank you. Who's next? You ready, Ruben? Great. We're a little short on time because we want people to have a lot of time in session, so try and sum up your project in about 30 seconds.
So the project is Mothers Without Borders for healthcare workers who are women who are separated from their children. So the project would raise awareness about the issues, highlight the emotional and practical challenges that are faced by the women who are separated due to Home Office policy, or rather the bad application of the law, challenge the policy, and provide legal advice and support for women.
Great. Thank you so much. Who's next? You ready? Richard?
Hang on.
Okay, anyone else? Please, are you ready? Yeah, of course.
Hi, my name is Chris George. So the project is Yes Moms Connects Us, which just got incorporated on the 10th of January. It's a community for Black moms, and just to fight this low recourse to public funding. I've been through it, and it's a tough one. But what I noticed is that there's a way that there's a way that every time I turn around, something I hear is you have no recourse to public fund, you have no recourse to public fund, and somehow I feel like the system even are punishing my children for that mere reason. And so we started this CIC for that reason, but because I know that there are people in this room, I want to use this opportunity to know exactly which way to go, how to go about it, to be the voice for that Black mom who's facing that racism, believing that the system is fighting for us, and because you're in the system, you don't get any kind of support on how to rely on the challenges. Basically, I don't want to have to fight this alone. I want to use the experiences in this room and get
Thank you so much. Who would like to go next? Yeah, great. Thank you, please. Okay.
So we are based in the West Midlands, Birmingham, and we're like a parenting resource hub providing culturally informed parenting resources. We just want to drive to get that out there, partner with local authorities, just to know how to go about that and offer an advocacy service that helps us to attend meetings, for example, with parents that have statutory involvement, and also a referendum service, because a lot of the issues are, a lot of the migrant workers don't really have a support network, and usually that can be a negative thing when statutory services are involved.
Who's next? Who's ready? Did I see you ready, Richard?
Yeah, I think there's lots of spaces. We might drop out if there's more kind of first thing. So we'll be looking at exploitation, looking at the care sector, looking. Actually, why don't we put this up? So where, who to find support. One of the things I've said a couple of times is this networking. It's where people are, how to find us, how to come to us, what else is available. West Midlands got something similar. I'll have a chat and introduce people down there. What works nationally, what works locally, how we get all of these connections working. Challenges, opportunities. One of the key things for us is working with partners to overcome barriers in trust. We've had a couple of conversations about this. We are local government. In terms of where I'm employed, that's local government. Most of my work is a little bit in local government, a lot in providers, with workers, with the government. We've got fingers in every pie in this. So please, we want to talk to everyone. In terms of screening, job matching, where all of that looks, how we can support, what resources are available. I've already spoken to a few people who say, oh, we're looking at building this. We've got loads of resources. We're outsourcing, we're commissioning, we're bringing things together. So as much as we can, bringing that together. And then the final thing I've got in here is looking at reporting, considerations, what we need to think about, and having maybe checklists, process charts, so people can say, how do I do this? What do I need to do? What do I need to think about?
Thank you. Did I see you writing a question on a piece of paper? I've got one here as well. Would you like to speak it as well? Have you got one?
Yeah, I've
Oh,
got.
great. Do you want to do it after this lady? Here you go.
Hi, my name is Joan Corey, and we run a welcome space that provides meals and bags of groceries for anybody who requires it. But having heard so much today and having heard so much from the people who attend, we would like to set up an advice session to meet the needs of the people who attend in the community, and also listening here, counselling. We continually witness young mums and people coming in, migration, no language, not understanding the systems of this country. We see people who lack direction and need some support. So that's what we'd like to do.
Brilliant projects. Joan, would you put it on the wall for us so people can see where you're going to be holding your conversation? So, would you like to come and speak again? And then we've got space for one more after this. If anyone feels they've got a project which they'd like to offer to fill that final slot, we'd love to hear from you. You go.
I don't think it's my project, but I was hoping it can be this group's project, because I'm thinking about, we've had people talk about the issues around, it's not their fault, they came through a visa sponsor, they were sponsored to come to the UK, but then they've been made scapegoats and they no longer have their visas. So my campaign, or I think what this room's campaign, given what we've come here to do, it should be not our fault, which is in reference to the sponsored worker who came here. So it's about campaigning and legal work around that.
Thank you. Stick it on the wall. Great. So we have space for one more. Does anybody feel a call for one more project? Anyone? Okay, cool. Would you like to? Great, thank you. So while you're writing it, I'm just going to reiterate for people how the process will work. Here you go. And you're going to get a template on your table, and you're going to have about 30 minutes to talk through your project with your group of participants. Remember, there's only 4 people joining each conversation. So even if there's one you really want to go to, if it's full, you've got to go to a different one. But it might be that you can go to that one in the second round. So have a look at the wall, but make your choice quickly, because it might be that if you really want to go to a group, then it's full up. Okay. You've got 30 minutes to talk through your project with the people on your table and flesh out that template. But we'd like you to write things on Post-its, because it means in the second round you get to move them around. So it's not like fixed on the piece of paper. So don't write on the paper first time. write up some post-its, we'll come around and give them out to you. It means whenever they have the second round where they're going into it deeper, they can move stuff around and go, oh, actually, that kind of belongs over here, or maybe I'll move that or rewrite that. Because we want people to take these templates home as a bit of a takeaway so they can refer to it whenever they're thinking about doing this in future, in the coming weeks. And then in round 3, you return to your original groups, and that group will discuss what they see on the template whilst the project caller just listens with their back turned. Okay, so you get to be a fly on the wall as people consider your project, just a few one step away, but so you can still hear. Okay, good. Ready?
So this is not just my project, it's a collaborative project, and we do have the funding for it, so it's about to start. It's a project that we made from the University of Leeds and 3 grassroots organizations that work on the care sector. And basically we want to kind of find work with, it's a very bottom-up grassroots base. We want to hear from migrant care workers who have lost their certificate of sponsorship, find out kind of what support they need, what support is offered to them, but what doesn't didn't work or what worked, and then create like a kind of action guide toolkit, and then disseminate it to organizations to kind of help join up services, join migrant workers with maybe new employers or kind of support that exists, and possibly also kind of inform statutory services about how to improve their support provision.
Perfect, thank you. Stick it on the wall for us so we know where you're going to be. And folks, we're ready to start. So all of the project callers would like you to find a unique space. So it could be a table in here. Doesn't matter if you're all on an individual table in here. We're going to have a couple more down the back. And if you really need to spill out into one of the side rooms, you're welcome to do that. But it's cool if all the conversations happen in the same space because it's got a bit of light then. Okay? So please, will there be one project caller per table? Everyone else, come up here, have a look. Figure out what one you'd like to go to, and then go and find yourself a table. And Nova, and Holly and Nova, would you help us by labeling the table? We posted it like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, so we can tell folks where they're going. Thank you.
Oh, you stay good. I didn't
Great.
realize I
So
was
project
myself.
callers, you just write your table number on a piece of paper, and put it on your
There's
table.
two people.
So we know where you are.
Yes, I am your number 1.
I'm like, who is this guy?
Put in
Yeah. Yeah.
Thank you so much. Is that you? No? Oh, sorry, you're it. Would you grab it? Yes.
Okay, wonderful. Yes. Okay. Have you heard about Chimamanda?
Yeah.
You heard about Chimamanda? Same. She's from the same place.
I read that. Oh, I'm reading it. Oh, it's great. Yeah, I read a short story.
Have you heard about Peaceful Apart?
No, but I heard it.
Oh,
Yeah, I think
that's Peaceful Apart is the most read or most translated books written besides the Bible. Things fall apart is an epic book. Don't understand society. No, close to the people. Quite close to the people. And that's
Yeah. So that's mine. That's mine. What's your name again? I'm number 9.
number 9 for now for his life.
Thank you.
Here you go.
Okay.
Sorted. Not half, yes.
Remember which ones were.
So, you from our workshop. You want to be here? Yes. I was so scared of you to go and do anything. So that's it.
And who was Fierce Bums? Who was Fierce Bums? Oh yeah, we're coming.
I think especially.
Okay, folks, 4 people plus the host per table. So 4 people plus a conversation caller per table. Yeah, what's number 3? What's the name of it? Name of the topic?
What is it about? What is it
Fab, you got Ruby. Oh, great. Well, if you need to use another room, Ruby, you can. Like, you know the sign rooms that we used this morning.
Okay.
1 template on each slip. Okay.
We can start.
You go, please.
Can you start?
Okay, so 4 participants with the conversation caller per table. Thank you. Thanks, everybody. So there might be somebody in the side room. Don't think you have to put someone in the side room.
Yeah.
And we're going to come around and give you the post-its out now so you can write on your templates, like write on the paper.
Get the feeling it's maybe.
I guess I'm worried.
Okay.
No.
Oh, yeah. Okay, let's say this on cross stage and then stick it on. Okay. Right, I'm going to introduce myself. My name is Shruti. I am a solicitor, so I don't know why I've decided to get myself there, but and I went to the company. Well, so it's quite like particularly from a migrant perspective. I work quite closely with Catherine. Yes, why I'm here. At Ford, okay, say who you are. First name. And then wait.
My name is Ian. I'm a law student. I study here at the I'm just going to take part in I'll try to make this time, but maybe I can expect
I'm Rachel. I work for we are associate sponsor. No, I can okay. So we are social
Richie, what's the last bit, sorry?
it's a bit of a mouthful. It's tapping. Just
Tapping.
I'm most likely ignoring
Okay, my name is Barbara.
it could be to
Yeah, so I work with Power. I'm actually the co-founder I like the problems not our fault, because that's exactly what we are trying to fight the system and not individual.
AKPO. Just mean the word. Okay. From Bradford. Good to migrant students coming around.
It immediately collectivizes those. Well, the people are there, and I think that's why. So I guess I feel we're not a workplace union, we're a student union. So like, if you're unemployed, if you never worked, if you're illegally, it doesn't really matter. You can start the organization. Which is why we feel like if you're independent, you can be part of the organization. You don't necessarily need the requirements you have. So I think that's why we kind of feel like there's like, there's a gap in the market. An organisation that has like that kind of cares less about like maybe a bit more flexible. So the way we've organised our place in the past, we generally have like 1 or 2 people who come to us saying like this thing isn't like I've got really brief thing from members. And he basically goes to through Baptist ministers down new as a member. This came to by that. Then we use that to get all this stuff that's going through all them. Then do it like that, map out the word. Then where do we all live? Where's the boss? Where's the word? Map out the concept of it. Collectivise some demands and then begin taking direct action. So our primary stance is seeing direct action rather than necessarily just doing like illegal putting an influence agreement or something like that. Because like if you have no legal rights, like sometimes it's good, sometimes it's not. We generally operate through direct confrontation with the makers. So like we're all the workers, Fidelis is the boss, we would go to Fidelis' office and put us in demands without necessarily having to put in a good one. It's like a low barrier for entry. So that's how we organise it. And I think what we need to do is like blend some more traditional trade union organisations so there is really important stuff around the protections that you get formal families, so it's like informal employment families, you do get legal protections.
I think that you bring that into the situation.
I think we've got the right organisation to organise it, but within the legal framework there needs to be some adaptations. Essentially setting up what we've learned, if we've set up like a big trade union, called it like the OQ union or something like that, there's legally the trade union, but it's just part of it. We would have had legal protections and that we would have had a right to do X, Y, Z. But because we're just a private company, technically. So like we're not a charity, we can kind of do whatever you want. But trade unions are afforded a lot of legal protections. So if I could go back a year and start this, I would have set up a real trade union. And then started organising. So we can do that now. Yeah. That's what we're looking at now. Yeah. I think I'll get a little shell.
I would use the word fake.
It's a real one, but like it's just ego. Or is
The sun, like,
yeah, the shell. Rep. That's great. Experience, man. Yeah. I was where the yeah, I whether it's where the best people do it or where we're supporting it.
I mean, there's also a little situation where you try to get like
In what way?
in the sense that they will go back to the which is all going to try to like they're going to visa.
Yeah, you need to do something else.
They're going to remove the visa. And we're like, no, what you're suggesting is happening.
Yeah.
None of them we've done it.
It's not relevant, it's not appropriate. Yeah, definitely. It's not knowing the constituency. Not knowing the constituency.
And they've said that the youth, they've worked with something like going fully understand the whole process. Because you're just assuming again, when you get majority work, you would get power, and then
yeah, definitely.
like, well, just tell them, I'm not really.
Yeah, goodbye. Yeah, I mean, some of it's here.
Yeah, and then the other aspect was around their like what's the way work changed it to how can you on a bigger level. So then how do you work with charities that are doing that different sort of policies, the practices, the evidence that comes about what's happening.
What seems to be happening to me is like working at the broad level, and this is working on the ground. And I said, well, there's just no link. Like when we were like door knocking carers and like trying to figure out where people were, and they moved to Midlothian. Right, cool, what we're going to do with that? Like, then there's a big talk about the migration policy, there's like a big disconnect, I think. And I think that's why I think this is important. But you can very quickly speak to workers like that, because it's making an offer. It's their colleagues asking them to do it. And that's the thing, it's like, I think my decision is important. I might because like if you just approach it like we're changing that, that's like first of all you're not your time to, you know what I mean, it'd be a long term. But if your first thing is like let's win back Britain's wages for everybody close here, then it's like a different access point to get into like campaign and stuff like that.
So what is your next steps be from where you are?
Where we are now? I have more resources. Higher up into the south. Yeah, I think what I really would love to do is to be able to, because we've got 40 odd staff working across the country. I would love to be able to dedicate one individual to it, maybe two, letting pitch it. At the minute, what it's going to be is me working on one of my projects, which in my opinion is I think it's a missed opportunity for people these ones. The initial thing that I'm going to do is I think we need to speak with the other unions that are working on the ground. I think as far as I can see, it's primarily understand Pan-African workers. That's what I primarily see people like to do, and then start mapping out every single concept of stuff. Where do we are? Between it, there's thousands of concepts. Some of them are working or have worked in it, or so. Where are they? And then My vision for the plan over the last 6 months is pick 3 cities to organise it. Probably London. Probably Leeds as well. Because we've got the reputation. Then another potentially Manchester the organisation. Then use that to organise a club to 3 workplaces each between them. Then over a year, you could have a dozen blue chip members across 3 influential local authorities that have all got quite political devolved administrations. So like Raven, Carnival, I think they're probably the 3 of the best targets there in the country for engagement. Yeah, it's fair, and also like regional mayors, you can play on this. I do a lot of organising Cardiff. You can just play on the anti-English. It's really easy to do. That's a leverage point. You don't want to be worse than England, then they'd be like, yeah, it's a good point. But they actually think rather than involve mayors. So I think there's an opportunity to organise on the ground, use that to build regionally, and then that to bridge between on the ground stuff and national campaign. That's my sort of broad vision. Probably. Maybe not. I think probably less likely, really, but well, not necessarily. Like a lot of this stuff was brought in by the Liquid Bank. In some ways, the previous Labour administration was more brutal than the Tory coalition, at least. You know what I mean? In terms of like how violent we were in like that 60 days, I think that was actually brought in by the previous. That is like such a new Labour. The time deadline that is so reminiscent of a lot of their like policing politics and stuff like that. But I think
But overall, immigration was a lot more than
however it's done, like, I think potentially this is illegal.
There's a huge amount of pressure on politicians. Yeah, I think it's good that Labour haven't. Yeah. Also, you're committed to £700,000. You could free.
You could also frame this as like, if they were trying to do that, like you could frame this like it's politicians. I mean, you're trying to persuade politicians.
You could take a note. You put it on here.
Oh yeah, like you're taking notes. I've just been babbling. Yeah. That's going to be the action, yeah. I think that's a big action. That would be like the first thing that we would do. Probably be an action, yeah. I'm sorry, I'm trying to read what all these different things. Maybe foundations and resources. An offer to the work immediately. Yeah, there is. Is there a question?
But it's the same milestone. Yeah. So what would be your milestone? What would you want to reach? 2 years' time.
2 years' time, if I could put the bread down the business, I can't do it. The only people who are really like that. Let's say I just get my way. With Steve Hedges, I love in 2 years. In 2 years, I would expect to have some. 2 years. I think that would be at least some form of regional limited. I mean, I think the thing at the minute is you work for Glory BD, the council's work they're going to talk about, they do that. But the thing now is like, you work in this, you're probably very literally when you get a young really, and they don't get involved. Home office, you don't want to speak to them. I think the immediate thing recently, maybe within a year, was the immediate thing that you can do.
And some form of
yeah, I think I prefer to see like almost a work with a loose rep system where like even people who are in the workplace all have been in the workplace to do it. That's why I would love to be a skilled group of like per region, 20 to 30 per region would be really good. Something that is quite disappointing, and it's like it's often. Constantly talking about deference to white employers. No, what works more is the deference to the employers and legacy of that. It would be great if it is just the workers that are in the workplace, you know what I mean, that are the experts on this stuff. You know what I mean? I think it's quite disempowering. Like, I've had it before when people are like, oh, what do you want? Can I say to them? Or ask me, like, how to phrase it? And I'm like, what would you like to say to me? And they write it down, but it's just, you know, just exactly what it is. Yeah, I think that would be really good. Legislation is very benefit. And I think something real, like 50 or 100, it would be great to see like 50 to 100 regionals that can like provide that support. I think that are in the workplace or have been previously. Because like, if it's all the organisation doing it, you know, people who employ by the organisation, that's like not the point. You know, a good organiser works itself out. Yeah, that's what I think that'd be good to like in a year, 18 months. If I can do it.
Let's put on there.
Do every month. Well,
what is it like for you in your organisation? Looks similar.
What is the reality?
Yeah, that's it.
Well, how do they find people? There must be this ways of doing it. They're just talking about yeah. But the same thing can do with me.
You know, first, sick pay,
not like
it's on the scale, I know, about £460 on the array. Then, after some few weeks, reduces to £100. So, how will not And then, yes, what you're saying is I only give you 60 shots for the next 3 months, then reduce to 1 and she has to read one
qualified as like, there might be like experience journalists. Remembering, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, that would be great. I mean, I guess the thing with this is like the demand you can't go to people that are not necessarily separate. I mean, the aim is to build organisation. The demand switches, or it might be switching the visa. I mean, something really simple. The demand doesn't really matter to me. It's wherever the members are going. It's not fun. You know what I mean? What are the demands? I mean, what's going to move people? What are they going to kill for? You know what I mean? Like, what will people like? Yeah, that's what like. You want to like fire with people, and if it's just like some really technical reason, which people might not. Obviously, if you have to explain the issue to someone who's trying to organise it, we don't care. That's not the first thing to do. But something with this is like how there's not around organisers that bring the people into that belonging to properly founded.
And if it's a guiding question for building the initiative, I guess the key thing is how many of the people in the UK maybe, yeah, definitely. There probably is somewhere, you know, and it's even if you're 3 entities, you know, just having some learning.
Absolutely, yeah. Like the business, when people come to the country, there is an immediate organisation. There's an organisation to be about. You know, like back in the day, if you weren't part of the union, you were still there. It always is like you join and there's something you can be part of. It's like, let's say you go into course weaknesses, so you kind of know what you get involved in. There's something immediate to be part of. There's a union to join. And that union isn't like the union. It's separate thing. It's like woven into the community. Visions, yes. You want the employees to be terrified, you know what I mean? Like, you want the employees to be terrified of seeing the union logo. This is a shit event. You know what I mean? Whereas at a minute, the actual page, I was thinking of Sullivan. We had £1,000 for it, and this offer was shouting. Like, she was shouting, like, going crazy. And I was like, this is how Ticker speaks to all these, like, to everyone. She's going, he was like, fucking horrible. It was really bad. look big work preps. Ready to obviously trying to meet some sort of calling all names and so yeah, I would recommend it. It's the same office. Yeah, they was good. But I mean, I prepared a thing, and I sorted out some laws, and I said, if you don't do this, this is what will happen to you. And I was like, we know where you live, and that's how it's going to be rubbing it down. The next day, they keep transferred like 4 transfers. Definitely, yeah. Yeah. A lot of these employers, you can find their home addresses. We went to a house. Yeah, exactly. I mean, it's kind of illegal to do that. But we just so happened to find, we put a photo. Oh, we just happened to find where she lived. And we turned up to her house and gave her the answer. We need to get imagine it, yeah. And it's like, it's hard to do an employment tribunal, it's hard to win one. So who's got money employers? Yeah. Exactly. They take months and months and months. But whereas like, well, there's 20 of us, they live over there, and they go to this church, what interest in them?
Or have a chat with the
Yeah. We made the approach, yeah. A lot of the churches are involved in it. That's a huge part. We approached the church, being like, thinking back to them. They're no, we found churches that are part of the recruitment network. Their recruitment was well, not everyone, not everyone.
They're out there to network in the sector.
But this isn't a blanket thing. I mean, like, my work in mental health, we use zero-hours contracts. And that's going to be our starting to work. But we do it to work at Leeds United Home Games. You know what I mean? It's not, we're not like sports direct. But the fact of the matter is that all these churches are part of these networks that are knowing that we're not getting paid big backhanders to do it. You know what I mean? Yeah, churches. Not all churches. I grew up in a church. It's really important.
So you think the church
cool.
is going?
Yeah, most definitely. They get into the recruitment fees. They get into the fees. Yeah, 100%. There's only some churches.
We're aware that
that's again, the tactic would be like if that occurs as part of the nomination and something that you can feed it back up the chain and be like, we would like to have work with church or again consultants.
Maybe you can mediate, maybe you can pull her and say, you need to do what's happening, you need to negotiate with the union. You should almost have rarely be, yeah. It's like community pressure. Yeah. The world's international. Yeah, we are, yeah.
literally emailed me saying I want to do this and it's super like nearly Christmas. How much can I spend people together?
Looks hard. Something else on this is we actually kind of initially got involved in this as a housing issue. Because a lot of the workers are living with a boss like Solomon. He was
Last running into really back to the £300, what would happen is, what would happen is we would get the deducted, the rent would get deducted wages. So you get paid for more, then they got a young group of rent, and then he would put it in modern slavery legally. But I actually say that, like, definitely I take the group. But that's the rest of the old land, then they get fixated. So I think there's a big housing, that's where we made out of it, it's a big housing.
Not charity.
Hello everyone. So we'd like you to take about 60 seconds to write any final things you want to for this round on your post-its or on your sheets. So you've got a few more seconds, maybe a minute to write things on your sheets before people move in different directions. So please take this opportunity to write down that stuff you've been talking about, which is important, and make sure it's on those templates before we move in different directions. So about 60 seconds and then we're going to move. Please write down everything that's important.
Why is it necessary?
Thank you. Okay, so table hosts, we want you to stay with your table with the question, and everybody else, we'd like you to get up and go in different directions. Okay? So everybody who is not the question owner, please get up and go in different directions and find a new group. And we want 4 people on each table in a new configuration. So it's time to move. We want the table and the host to stay there, and we want everybody else to get up and go in different directions. So folks, please go in different directions. Conversation hosts, stay at your table. We've got 4 new people at each table. And thank you very much for being here, because we want to make sure these next 2 rounds happen well on time. So just pick a table and go to it. If it's one that you're super interested in, great. If it's one that you're new to, that's also cool, because you'll look at it from a different perspective. So please find a table that's empty and sit down.
We ended like on the world to rise and stuff like that,
That was a bit like
yeah. Why don't you, that's okay, why don't you tell them? I don't know, I think we just gotta discuss it. Can we just discuss it and then see what we're at? Just vibe it, just vibe it. What does it feel like we should do?
You can choose whatever, yeah.
That's all. That's all through it. Yeah. So this is the National Union Organising.
Thank you, everybody. So, new table to 4 people. So, new table to 4 people, please. And conversation callers, project hosts, project callers, you are going to get 5 minutes to explain to your new group what has come up in the first session. Okay, so take 5 minutes. New participants, you want to listen to the table host or to the project caller. They're going to explain the project quickly and tell you what the first group came up with. Okay, so you've got 5 minutes for that bit. Go for it.
Cool. So this is National Union Organising, right? The aim is to build mass organisation within 20 class and like around their community. So some broad business stuff. All migrant workers join unions to protect and support them, but also to like support each other. And the vision is like if people come to this country and there's an organisation that can be about it's not like I'm part of this thing. They've got a big office in town. It's like, well, I joined this, and Solomon, who lives on my street, came round and he told me what it's about, and he invited me to this meeting. Dad came and he introduced me to everyone. This would be like almost like a welcome community, you know what I mean? The aim is not just to organise workplaces, it's to like, organise the whole community around them. It's such a community issue, like, we've had people who've been involved in this campaign seeing mums who are getting evicted from the school gates and recruiting them to the union. That's the kind of thing that we want to see. Outcomes, money. So money for workers, like about £3 that would be nice. And ultimately, that changing housing, slavery, workplace laws. We've been organising one workplace primarily in Leeds, and like some of the stuff that they've done, like paying someone £21 for a month's work, threatening everyone with deportation. Another statement here from Solomon, one of our members who can be here today. He was ready for recovery. He moved here July 23. He's lived in, see what the people say, he's like a grown man. He's a reverend back in Ghana. He's an esteemed guy. Creative house each room in a house with 5 rooms. That's owned by the boss. She was making more being a landlord than she's up the company. It's a genius, great. It's so good. It's terrible, but it's genius. Yeah. And ultimately, he's like empower the workers to leave. Empower the workers to leave and to fight. They need to fight that leave the union, like in their organisation, whatever that looks like. The key thing with this is like the demand. You don't really care what the demand is. The demand doesn't matter. It's just the fight is. So the point is about scrap, basically. The demand can be anything. The demand might be like, we want to end wage theft, or we want to create a hotline. It doesn't really matter. What matters is the constituency we're organising. It matters that they'll take something for it. It matters that they'll get out there, they'll miss extenders, they'll miss tea with the family to come to do an action or something. So the demand doesn't matter as much as the organisation. Well, there's a million of demands. Everything needs to change. Well, yeah, we're not going to do like it's terrible, but like it's what you can get a constituency. Say I'm organising a whole I'm working for area leagues. If I knock every door, and there'll be like 100 issues. Then as an organiser, I can look for it, go see some leaders, and pick one that's come from the constituency.
Okay, folks, so participants on the tables, you can now start to ask questions about what you've just heard. Good, great. In case you haven't, that's when you can start. Thank you.
Exaggeration of issues doesn't matter. Issue obviously doesn't matter. Like, it could be an issue, we're not the first round,
and now they're going to start asking you questions and go deeper and explore it a bit more thoroughly. So what they've heard from you, and also with their consciousness of what they've talked about.
Yeah, and then we actually interrogate that, like in if the solution is more police. So they say the solution is we approach like...
Yeah, you can write it down,
it's like an exaggeration thing, it obviously does matter. But like, with the process of fighting and winning, like you develop the belief, but the belonging always comes first. Yeah, it's a little, I can't believe it, it's like exaggeration.
What they want, yes,
I think that's it, the whole thing.
Yeah.
Thing of understanding why they're coming to that. We need more.
Yeah, definitely. 100%.
But you have to reach out to them.
Yeah. You want to find those conversations. It's all through relationship building with everyone, isn't it? And you want to cut the issue, so like if the issue is like, the classic one is the issue is child poverty. You cut the issue by campaigning for free school meals, so you're not going to solve it. But it's just a partial solution to the problem. And it's simply, you can campaign to end like exploitation. That's not real. But you can campaign to win, to do a partial solution to that. Yeah, I feel like I'm happy with that.
20%. It's not confined to
yeah, with shit, schools are shit, and they're not getting fed with anything. Yeah, exactly. I think that's why we have the kind of the gap in the market, because we're not a trade union, we're a community union. So it's like we primarily do housing and PPA. That's what we know. That's what we primarily do. It's like you legally have to know your landlord lives. It makes it easy to campaign against them when you get turned up at the house. So that's what we did for the office. I think looking back, we started organising the workplace last year. Something we did wrong was we went too hard into workplace organising. It's like, well, people leave after 3 months, and then they're gone. So it's like the constituency is like. It's like a cup that's overflowing. It's constantly the cup. There's still always water in the cup. It's like it's different. So I think we should have like created this area. That's what we do. Yeah. We would start by sort of like between myself and Anna, Francis, there's thousands of contacts that are being worked with in places. So we map them out like where are they in the country. Then probably 5 to 3 cities to organise it. Because it is branded in the community, it needs to be like geographically. Then use that to leverage more regional campaigning against the devolved administration. Who I think in West Yorkshire and Manchester might be kind of sympathetic to some of this stuff. Someone asked the previous group, do you think it's better than the Labour Party even? To which we responded, the Labour Party brought in a lot of this stuff, so like, I don't think that really matters. But like, as individuals, I think they're quite good targets. Yeah, I think we spoke about having like a rep system. So like, there's a lot of advocacy ways to get there, and it's like, you know, a lot of people who work in, so like any workers, and you get there and it's like, why they do this university? And then and it's like, that's weird, you know what I mean? So they should be, he should be trained as a rep. He is mine, I'm not someone who give the details, he's like, sick, I'm working on a case, I'll go do it. That's borrowing from like the traditional trade union model. Yeah, but I think it's really, really good, especially this because it is like, it's like a mostly black issue, and often a lot of Pakistanis and Indians that come in. So I think that's important for the development of leadership.
And my colleagues previously just worked in that it was
100%. Definitely, yeah. They're all different, yeah, definitely. But I've had this where all of the West African workers like, well, yeah, but their countries don't like them, they don't like them. Like, they like us, but they like them. And it's, so, complicated thing, it's complicated to organise any group of situation. Yeah. Kind of. Knowledge is like, I don't like knowledge, you know, the knowledge is power. I think knowledge is power. But knowledge can like illuminate the road. So it's like, It's more about having a network. If you have like 10 people who knew what to do with 1,000 people in the organisation, that's better than like 50 people who know what they're doing. You know what I mean? But I think that's a fundamental part of it. Like having this network of reps like Solomon, if he was like skilled up in everything, do everything, do everything. Yeah. The point is the leaders that you develop. Yeah, definitely, yeah. A good organizer makes himself relevant. So like, you make yourself look needed. Yeah, yeah, it's money making.
People who have a lot of like campaign and who are coming with that
university, broker, investing money, packing a lot.
Yeah, definitely. It's a cash cow. Yeah, it's a money making scheme.
So maybe they don't know what to think about it in their strategy. But like what they're doing now.
Yeah, I think that's a great idea. Like using the international students as like an organisational constituency. Yeah.
They're already organized for exactly what not
how can we make charity
yeah, exactly.
It's all written.
Yeah. I understand like the government may have like buildings to make that fun. We come into the country and it was very easy to understand they have to do this because the government is very there. So that's very funny. In my country, I think you can just be this honest and say that I'm going to leave because you can't do it. I can walk around and get there has to be someone to make it that's healthy and you can price it very cheap. Easy to access.
I'm gonna spend one. Yeah.
Thanks everybody. So, just a minute to write things on your page if you need to, because you're about to go back to your original groups. So just a minute to write things on your page because you're about to go back to your original groups.
Definitely, yeah. My non-students when it comes to the country, that's part of it. Yeah, definitely. Something else we came up with was being an African trade union gives certain like legal protections, which we were aware of, but kind of start off looking to be alright. And they actually wasn't alright, but we said that the house decided they should try to sue us. If you're a trade union, you have these rights in your job. Because we're not a charity, we're just a private company, technically. We don't actually like kind of exist. We have like we use like the US corporate law structures to try and make it more legal position. But like, if we had created a trade union or something like that, we have a legal right to confront nationally employed, which we didn't. We knew, but we didn't. Well, we could do that now. We'd have to do that now.
30 seconds, and then your original credit to come back. You're going to go back to your original.
I never knew.
So, right, what we've done, you need
Anything people want to Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, definitely. I think of geographically organising and including the T2 visa and just any of the
Okay, everybody, back to your original groups, please. I can see some. Are you ready to go back to your original group? You're fast. Okay, well, thank you for being fast. Yeah. So back to your original groups, please. This is important because yeah, back to your original groups, please. Alice, is this your original group? Is this your original group? Is this the group you went to first? Okay, back to your original groups, please. No special treatment. Okay. So everybody back to their original groups, please. Back to your original groups, please. And you know, table hosts, you're gonna get a couple of minutes to tell your original group what is new after round 2. What's new after round 2? So just take a couple of minutes to tell your group what's new after round 2. So please, we've not got too much time. We're going to have a break shortly. So please sit down with your original group at the original table you went to. Okay. And just tell your group what's new. Thank you.
Honestly, you should see their faces when I said, oh, if you don't like the language in this. I said, you should read the other report. And they were like, what? There was, yeah, I don't know, just yeah, it was definitely like you said, like lure us in to then tell us off. We were just like that, yeah, bring us in.
All right, you're going to turn around. You're going to listen while this group talks about your project. Okay, so you're going to talk about the project as you understand it. You're just going to ask questions, try and find a bit of clarity amongst yourselves. Okay, you're just going to listen. You turn around. You can make
I'm going to back away.
yeah, but I don't want you looking at me funny. Okay?
Alright. Thank you.
Big buzzing noise while you sit down.
I always do, yeah.
Okay.
I'm listening. I think I should say what was new. I think I meant to do that. New stuff was the resources people get when people go into the country, like international students. I just want to say that they got told how to make super TP, and they never really know how to make super TP. All kind of basic stuff. They show us some kind of resources immediately, and like breakdowns of the really basic stuff. That can be provided through Union, an immediate service. It can be given really easy to do. And there's another one about variety of tasks. Another one, here we go. Organising anybody's experience in a certain smaller area. There's a part of the problem is you can move away so much. So like every 6 months, a different workplace. Great, could be like a consistent campaign around the place that incorporates people. You know, somebody works at Domino's, somebody works at Asda, a lot of people work at Care Home, stuff like that. Might make more of it. All great ideas.
anything else we need to say? Are you not getting back to so this project is basically a lot of focused on working time, trying to have a kind of unionised element that really works, and that doesn't just say let's go on strike, on strike. Day works great, and you work
No, I think, well, the idea was one of the questions that I'm also and then what would that offer? So what is the what's the so that builds that kind of national and then with the right resources get to a point where you've got representatives of it that are like
it's a really good thing is actually sometimes some form of threat towards an employer was actually really key in getting action, and they and that was the legal. And so if you can find trade union kind of identity, then that can give you rights. So if you've got if that rep is connected to some kind of trade union, even if that's split off the legal, that can really help. I mean, there's a threat. They get quite different. Shouting at you as an employee instead of having to one of the things one important is everything else.
Sorry, can I get everybody's attention, please? Sorry to interrupt you this afternoon. I'm just trying to find the owner of the vehicle that's parked over there, a grey Picanto. Got registration number Yankee Bravo 17 Oscar Juliet Mike. It's in that car park over there. Is anybody parked in that vehicle parked over there?
What colour car was it again?
It's a grey Picanto.
Grey Picanto.
Grey Picanto. A Kia Picanto. Anybody?
The car park over there's a nightmare.
I feel like you should be bidding something. Once, twice. Nobody? Lovely. Sorry to interrupt you. Have a good afternoon.
Quietly God.
There was a kind of point like revision, basically you can come to but there is see look at fast and then that's the measure around
change job. And so, it's kind of ethical stuff. How do you know Is there another organisation? Is there another organisation like mine? What it does. Because I always thought you guys would do something quite your maybe it's bigger.
I think Margaret and I could just go through it.
Yeah.
Obviously, always looking at it.
So we've got a clear
Excellent. I think we need to look into it. Maybe more of a problem. Maybe more of a problem. Yeah.
Alright. It's a great time for the rest of your group when you get some chill like time with your project, just to write anything out down if you want to add to your page. So everyone here, you can go grab a drink and you can bring Dave a cuppa if you want to be nice to him. But don't you dare start a conversation with him. Right? Don't you dare start another conversation with him. But leave him be so we can have a look at them.
Just a milk or just... I've got milk. There's a little bit of milk, please.
Just get a bit of time to do some consolidation.
Sounds good to me.
Making it all knit together. Okay.
So you make me. Yeah, it's one of those things that sounds it's like yeah, it's the word.
Well, I guess
challenges. I think the big thing you need to
Yeah, Ryan. Yeah, Ryan. Yeah, I just feel one thing
I might have like WhatsApp or Facebook a long time ago, but I wasn't thinking about why
yeah, it's really horrible.
So I'm all good.
Well, I know why.
Well, what do you think?
I actually like the platform.
Dave, will you take it out of my sleep? She's upset to know that. Yeah. That was
Yeah, we're all good. Yeah. I'm all good. Yeah. I think obviously we need to, if that's our priority, I have to speak to the field director at the national season. I think it's something where you might be interested. It's for us to think about. It might be interesting for us to think about, like, if we just get together and be like, here's what we're going to do, what we're going to look like. And I'll just have like a bit of a proposal that we can then speak about. Because I might go to our leaders and I might be like, no, not
I
very
felt like
limited time.
I was not, like, if I suggested something, it was like, looked upon as like,
Yeah.
what do you do? What are you thinking? I'm
Well,
like,
at the minute, it's just me working on it a few hours a week, and Anna working on it a few hours a week. It's not enough. We need someone dedicated. I kind of think we need to map out every single contact we have. But where are they? Where are the actual members we've got? Like, we've got thousands of contacts.
and then obviously the
Where actually are they?
site on social media, I went, you could have been doing that.
I don't think we've around so much.
You know that I mean, you might know they're trying to become like
Really good thing about organising, rather than organising just the workplace, you can organise the community on
Not really.
So like, you manage to try and organise it, say hair health meets, it's like, well, what have the athletes organise that area on the place there. So there's like delivery, people who can take aways and barbers, and then there's also hair workers, there's a nice metaphor of be interesting. It's like, you've got a cup under the cell, and it overflows. There's water in the channels in the cup, so it's different. And that's what it's worth, like touching, so.
It's right. The time. When you experience it on the spectrum, that feels weird.
Yeah, let's imagine you put in the way that I'm not actually it's like you want to this is like an actual thing. So and weirdly from that, especially having more contact with software. And it is quite nice to
It plays up the Norwich workplace with the lead workplace with this, and start sharing. And maybe even part of this is us just figuring out what works and what doesn't, because like, I'm saying in the group, like, we don't know. We actually just don't know how to do it. Yeah, it's everyone. There's a reason we get actually. It's sad. Oh, it's genius. Like I said, it's the best work we've done in this country. Like, it's just for a different class. Genius. It's not right to buy. Genius policy. It's like, council housing is not. You change it from the same interest like overnight. Oh, we are, yeah. Oh shit. Everything's going really bad. And I think what you said, people also with migrants and treatment, it's cost. And migration is where the class experience in that's the cost. You know what I mean? It's like, well, yeah, but that's sequence and gender and everything's all about that. And a lot of people get that the identity. It's like, well, it is, but like, the boss is fucked up. So like, you know, the boss is Zimbabwe, so like, maybe it's not, maybe it's Macross. Someone should write a book about that. Someone should think about that. Now, I wonder if they would create a book about class, maybe the approach to analysing society through class. Well, Max couldn't even imagine it. I wish you could tell him and be like, Rob, you'll never believe what they've done. And he'll pull out some manuscript and say, I predicted this. Actually, I predicted this. Yeah. I think what I'm meeting for the director's neck. So I think I'll just talk to her about this. I think maybe what it could be is like, maybe a meeting between the car, maybe Nick's the founder. I think they just maybe have like a meeting. And then we might be like, I don't think we can do that. Or we might be like, this is fucking, we need to run it, yeah. No, we would. I don't think maybe, I think it's funded. Today, we've been retained to grow, we fund our position, so we do what we wanted to do. But we don't want to overpromise, so there's like, but we can't do anything. We're talking about the next year, yeah.
And I would like to invite you to sit back down at your tables, please. We're going to have a little bit of feedback, then we're going to check out, we're going to hear a little thank you and closing from Fidelis, and then we're going to end before 3 o'clock. So, have a seat. What do you say? The loo is out the door on the right hand side. Okay. So, yeah, please, if you can, sit down at your table. We're going to have a little bit of feedback. And you can stay with your project caller because we're going to hear feedback from them as part of the group, which is good. And yeah, great. We've got about 5 minutes for this bit, about 5 minutes for a bit of a thank you and a checkout, and then we're going to end just before 3. So over to Laura.
Can you stand up?
I'll just shout. Okay, so the challenge is it's just one sentence, and it's for each of the project callers to say one thing that you have gratitude for relating to this process that you've just done. And we're going to start with Mariana because she has to catch a train. Not to put you on the spot, but it's practical. So just one sentence of gratitude to share back would be great. Thank you.
Thank you. So I'm very grateful for all the new ideas, the questions, the challenging, and the weakness of my fabulous table. I don't know where everybody is, but thank you very much.
Okay, we're going to just pass it around the tables.
I think I'm grateful for getting almost exactly what we wanted from this, which was more people aware of what we're doing, more people able to come to us to ask questions to do some of this, and also knowing that the support networks are out there. One of the key questions that we've come up with has repeatedly been networking. How do we know what everyone else is doing? How can we connect with one another? And I think this has been a really great step forward in getting that done.
Lovely, thank you. Who's next? Joan? Oh, but you have to speak into the microphone at the same time, both of you, because you're a shared brain.
We're very grateful to be here today because ours is just a simple project that is continuing to mushroom, and we're really, really grateful for that. And we've networked and we've found people who could provide food, help us to get extra food for the families, but also services like Citizens Advice to come in and give advice to the families as well. So we're so grateful because it's helping people to be signposted to the organizations that can help and support them. Yeah. So thank you.
As we had heard from this Brother Richard, and what the services providing, we had some also families coming our welcome space, and we just signpost to them which way went, but we didn't know deeply how we can help them out. And they came from the different background. And as soon as they came, that carer home is just abandoned them, and they have children as well. Thank you all of you, and we just community serving together as we link together each other to give impact in society. God bless you all.
So I'm grateful and thank you for all the comments and feedback on my project. And also, most mainly, I'm grateful for this whole event. I think it's been a really great event, and I'm really happy that I met loads of new people, networked and heard about other really interesting projects and all the work that's been done. Thank you.
Hello everyone. Yeah, I think I'm grateful just for the chance to actually be presenting this project and have some holes pointed out and have some opportunities identified that I didn't think of before. So yeah, being forced to present something makes you really think about it and interrogate it. And there's some really specific ideas which we'll go into that I've got from here that I think we're just going to probably start doing fairly immediately. So yeah, if we could come together and nick everyone else's good ideas. So yeah, cheers everyone.
Thank you, everyone. I'm grateful for access. I think that is most of the time on the plate. But I want to thank each and every one of you for being here. It's empowering for me just seeing that there are people out there raising their voice for change. And everyone who has been to this table has helped me to figure out some really difficult things. I'm a newbie in this game, but this paper right in front of me can help me scale 5 years, 10 years. So thank you to the organizers and thank you everyone. I love you all.
Hi everyone. I'm really grateful to be here. It was a great opportunity for me to meet with all these people here supporting migrant workers, and I'm grateful to all the people who were at my table. It was really good to have with you, and it was great to be lead. This is my first time in lead, so that's pretty cool.
Thank you. Thank you. Really grateful for the opportunity to speak to everyone and just to share what we do, and to hear everybody else and recognize the need for more collaborations and actually the need for all of us to look at all of the issues involving skilled workers holistically that go beyond just the work, just the visas. There are a lot more implications in that we've got little victims that often get forgotten. We are the children. Thank you.
Thank you so much, and it's also my first time in Leeds, so thank you for this event. It's been a great day meeting so many people. To everyone at the table, thank you so much for all the questions. Really pertinent questions that made me think more. I tend to be a heart person, so I go with just how I'm feeling about the injustice, and I'm just so passionate about that. But the questions, which are strategic questions, who has the power, what are you trying to achieve, all those questions really made me think, and the ideas as well that came from this table have been really, really useful, and I'm eternally grateful. Thank you. Thank you.
On this table, I'm very grateful for the enthusiasm and the passion that everybody has shown that actually matches my own. So I'm very, very grateful for that. And I'm very grateful that I'm sure that what we have come up with today is going to be actioned. So thank you, everyone.
Thanks everybody for taking part. And I just want to say a big well done to all the team at Migrant Action for actually calling this whole room together, because it's been an amazing group of people. And I don't think any of these conversations wouldn't have happened without the gathering that was specifically here today. So well done to all of you, and a big round of applause to the whole team that made it happen. We do have a little feedback form on the door, so it's a QR code. You can snap it on your way out with your camera and fill in a few questions for us, because we'd love to learn about how the event was and hear how people want to continue connecting. So it has a question on there about if people were to meet again online, how frequent could that be? Or if it was going to be another meeting in person, when might that be? So this is the start of something rather than just a one-off little drop in the ocean. So please answer the question so we can get a picture of the way people want to connect and hopefully make a plan for the future. And yeah, Fidelis, shall I hand over to you to thank everybody? Yeah? Oh, actually no, let's just do a little checkout before I hand over to Fidelis. So just turn to someone next to you and I suppose just say one thing that you're going to do differently now that you have thought about because of coming to today. And just take a minute to do that with your neighbour. Doesn't have to be anything great or grand, but just something that you've thought to yourself, you know, I'm going to do this instead, or do this differently because of coming to today. And we'll come back and then I'll hand to Fidelis just to close this out. Thank you.
Me,
is loads of ideas around things to say actually there's a form of justice and this is how I want it. Like kind of that's been very inspiring, like just kind of the whole room of that, really galvanizing, like genuinely galvanizing. So for me, it's maybe try be involved in the like I think genuinely being involved.
I think that's a great one. I feel like the opposite of being different. I feel like I want to double it down and like thinking that this is the right thing to do. Really, it's like that kind of taking the pressure off, pushing through it. There's a million other things I'm working on. But I feel like we're doing. I am right that we definitely need to be on this.
Okay, lovely people, thank you so much. I'm going to do a final thank you and hand you over to Dennis. I feel the gratitude is high in the room. It's really high.
There's schools.
Over to Fidelis, thank you so much. Honestly, for creating it.
It's working. I'm very loud. This is emotional for me. And for some of you who know me, I am that kind of a person. So I'll hold back the tears if they want to hold back. If they want to come. So for a lot of people, this is about ideas. This is about policy. This is about systems. And in part, it is. But for me, it's about humanity. It's about relationships. It's about people. It's about love. And I think that's what's brought you here today, is because you care. You care about the people that you work with. You love the people that you work with. You might not like the systems, and I do not like most of them. But I love the people that the systems victimize. So our primary goal in this business of migration justice is that we help the people that are being subjected to the injustice of the systems. But if we don't, at the very least, we don't harm them. Or we don't reinforce the systems that harm them. And one of my idols, Martin Luther King, said, if we did know the power of love and how to harness the power of love, the incredible power that it has to change this old rugged world into a new beautiful world, just from the place of love. So I'm thanking you deeply from a place of love, and to acknowledge the fantastic work that you all do, because you love what you do and you love the people that you support. And that's why you sacrifice, sometimes at levels that are extraordinary, because you're not just doing your work, you're doing it from a place where you know it's profoundly rooted in love for people and for humanity. So it's from that place that I'm deeply grateful. And it's wonderful to see people that have been on this journey for so many years with, and their hair's going grey. And that you're still at it, isn't it? And you're only at it because you do love what you do. Now, I shared a story at the beginning of that lady who walked into the office. What I didn't tell you was that story was my story 20 years ago. When I came into this country, I was navigating the system, and my wife was pregnant, and we were struggling to access the kind of support. And so what that woman didn't realize is she was telling me my story. And so it's very beautiful that we are acting from a place in many different ways from our own lived experience of this injustice. And for me, that makes it more authentic. And so whether it's about migrants, whether it's about workers, whether it's about women, whether it's about children, you do that because you can see a bit of yourself if you want to think really deeply into those stories. And if for any one time you sometimes wonder why you're doing this, and the system begins to crush you to a certain extent, maybe reach back to why are you doing this from a place of your own shared experience of injustice, not necessarily in this country, but just in life. But ultimately, good wins. That's a message of hope. Good wins. It might not win in front of the Home Office in terms of how you're doing and other places, but from that place of love, it does win. Whether it's about giving a food parcel to that lady or to help somebody access housing, whatever you do in that very little acts of kindness and care, good is winning. So I end on that message of hope that what you're doing is profound, and keep at it, because we will keep at it. My last word is, this platform was not for Migrant Action. So those 10 projects that have been birthed today is very intentional, that you take that with you as part of our collective justice, and it becomes a catalyst for change in your own respective areas. But then we will also want to come back maybe in 2 months or 3 months' time to have a conversation with the project partners or project coordinators to just ask the questions, where have you been so far with your projects? And we keep that loop of communication. So we will take contacts and we'll take names and details of your projects, but just as a way of keeping in touch. I love you so much, and I love the work you do. So I'm very grateful. Go in peace. Thank you.
Wants to be more embedded in the community. And I was like, never too late, be level all over it. I don't know how. I mean, they will, to certain some, but I just don't think so. I don't think they write in a way that engages. Yeah. I do want to make it. Oh, sorry. Yeah. Tuesdays. Yeah. What's your name? Sorry. No, these migrants at work, but we work very closely together. Yeah, what makes you... So I get it out. It's culturally and linguistically diverse. Yeah, very differently.
Did you go around with the side of the world?
Sorry, you're based in London anyway. Where are you based there?
I'm in, I'm not in Scotland. I'm not in Scotland.
Oh! Whereabouts in Scotland? What are you? I mean, I'm less WhatsApp with each other because I feel like hopefully this would be like that thing.
Well, That's one of the other competition, yes.
We're all people in the
Yeah. I think I remember it.
When you were working with Emiliano.
Yeah, with Emiliano, yeah, you know, that's where.
That's what I'm saying. Like, I thought you were London. Yeah.
Okay, well.
Lovely meeting you, yeah. And face to face.
Thank you.
Sorry.
No, not taking time. I actually love the optimist.
We were fucking right, we actually were right.